was starting for the state of Karnataka, and you can to if you're an engineering student, Vishwesvaraya should be like a should be studied and celebrated. So likewise, FKCCI has been a trade apex body. We work on various trade policy issues. We work with a lot of industries. We work with a lot of service sector. We work with corporates. We work with the government agencies, and we have market research. So entrepreneurship is a core objective of FKCCI to promote entrepreneurship, to bridge the gap between the government, and also we have a lot of bankers who are part of thing. But today's languages, the startup ecosystem in Karnataka has grown phenomenally. As you see, Bangalore and other tech hubs like today you see tier 2, tier 3 hubs like Hubli, Dharwad, Mysore, Belgaum, all are growing with greater opportunities. So today, again, it is very important for institutions and also associations like us to partner and have a great journey for our students. So to have the student experience, the knowledge workshop, the day 2 is here. And as you're aware, 390 teams have been registered for Manthan, and it's an overwhelming response. So we are in the after this second day of knowledge workshop, there will be eliminations. So going ahead, there will be another set of knowledge workshops where more and more startup founders will be coming to you and speaking. Yesterday, again, you had a wonderful reviews from the founders of Pitfire, Mr. Anindya Sen Gupta. Again, you had Mr. Shiv Shankar from JSS Step who spoke to you. And again, you had wonderful talks about go-to-market strategies, market research, and again, founders talk. So all these are going to benefit you to develop your idea. So go ahead. Again, I hope you've got enough idea. Yes, through yesterday's knowledge workshops. Today, there are again great lineup of speakers. So going ahead, I would like to invite Dr. Santosh Rao, CEO of MAHE, Manipal Academy of Higher Education Incubator. So, sir, we really honored to have you on this session. So I would like to wholeheartedly welcome and kind of it was during our outreach program at Mangalore and Manipal. We met the Manipal VC and VC sir, and also both Mr. Santosh Rao and Mr. Mohammed Zubair were kind enough to, when we came up with the idea that Manthan is here to promote entrepreneurship, they were straight away going, we will also support and come along with you. So thank you very much. And you, I would like to introduce sir with a brief profile. As you know, sir, Dr. Santosh Rao has more than 20 years of experience at MIT, Manipal Institute of Technology, the Department of Information and Communication Technology. He served MIT Manipal as coordinator of BTech program, coordinator of Cisco Certified Network Associate, and remote center coordinator for NME, ICT, and IST workshops. He's been secretary of MIT FOA faculty clubs, and again, as a representative of MAHE and Manipal Group's technology incubators, he was part of delegation led by German Academic Exchange to Germany for Incubators Connect. So innovation internationalization programs aimed at exploring avenues for internationalization of the incubators since June 2023. And he is serving currently as MUTVI as Chief Executive Officer. It's really an honor to have Dr. Santosh Rao as our speaker for today. And dear students, they've also come ahead and told that going ahead, the ideas from Manthan can be incubated at Manipal also. So that is their supportive and magnanimity. So thank you, sir. Here we go. Dear students, pay attention, leave all your other works aside, pay keen focus and enjoy the day, and may your idea flourish for the future. Thank you. All, sir. Yes, sir. You can go ahead, sir.
So are you going to share the slides?
Yes.
So can I switch off my video? So hope that I am audible. Am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Great.
You can start.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yeah.
No.
So very good afternoon to everybody. So first of all, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be part of this Manthan 2024 program. So the topic given to me is minimum viable product. So I will cover some background before I start with the minimum viable product. Also, I am going to cover some of the funding schemes available at the incubators for developing the minimum viable product. Next slide. Next slide, please. Hello, next slide.
Sir, 1 minute. Sir.
1 minute.
It's not moving.
Is there any issue with the slides?
Mute the thing. Sir, you can share the slide.
Okay. So are you able to see the slide?
Yes.
Okay. So before I start with, let's have a brief introduction to innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship. So already some speakers might have covered this. Just for the sake of continuity, I will take up these definitions also. So innovation is basically application of ideas that are novel and useful, and also it is mainly into successful commercial exploitation of ideas. So innovation always should be based on the future disruptive projections, that is based on your imagination. It is not based on the past and current assumptions. So when you have the innovation based on the future disruptive projections, so always you will try to go to the next level. So you have several such examples we see today. So you take the example of a transformation from radio to television. So when the radio was introduced, nobody thought of television, that audio plus video they are able to see in the future. Also take the example of 2D and 3D printers. So earlier we had a 2D printing concept. Now we have 3D printing concept. So that is actually based on the future disruptive projections, based on the imagination. So nobody ever thought about the 3D printing capability when 2D printer was introduced. So now we are able to 3D print the organs, 3D print the buildings. Also in some countries, they 3D printed the corporate offices. Like that, we have several such examples. You take the example of conventional cars. Say the competitor for the Mercedes may not be Audi. So it may be Tesla or Google or Apple. So car on wheel now is transformed into computer on wheel. So that is the technology now. That is the innovation. So that is based on the future disruptive projections, based on the imagination. So as Steve Jobs says somewhere, so don't see what technology you have, what process you have, what manpower you have. So always innovation should be based on the need. So whatever you don't have, you produce, you have one such thing, then based on the customer demand, you produce whatever required for the customers. So always innovation should be based on the need. So entrepreneurship is journey of creating a new enterprise by taking risk with the hope to make money. So here also you see, look at the term, I highlight the term money. So in the innovation also I highlight the term commercial exploitation of ideas. So always we have to keep in mind of commercial exploitation of ideas, whether it is the innovation or whether it is the entrepreneurship. But only thing you have to keep in mind entrepreneurship is you are always taking the risk. So before I start with, just I want to throw light upon National Innovation Startup Policy 2019 for students. It's a guiding framework for higher education institutions. I don't know whether you are aware of this or not. This is by MOE, that is MHRD's Innovation Cell Government of India, introduced in the years September 29 and 2019. The chairman of the committee was Dr. Ashok Jhunjhunwala from IIT Madras. So there are some highlights. So it clearly says that there's a prospect, there's a future for the students who are interested in taking this entrepreneurship as their career. So some of the points I highlighted in this, you can see student and faculty startup policy at university level. So as per this National Innovation and Startup Policy, it tries the university should promote the student and faculty entrepreneurship at the university level. And also they have to have one policy for the student and faculty entrepreneurship. And also it recommends the semester break for the students if they want to pursue the entrepreneurship, also sabbatical leave for the faculty members. And also it says that developing a culture of money is not free. It says that it is a risk capital. So whenever you get some money or funding, always you have to keep it in mind that it is not free, it is a risk capital. One more thing which is underlined by the NISP 2019 is accepting the failure to be part of institute's philosophy and culture. So whatever the career you take in the entrepreneurship, whatever the venture you start with in this your entrepreneurship journey, it may not be successful. So it may be failure also. So it always says that accepting the failure is very important, and that should be the policy of the institute and culture. And also it says that faculty and staff should be encouraged to do courses on innovation and entrepreneurship education to be given to the students at all the levels. So if you look at these points, you clearly see that there is a huge potential for the students to take up the entrepreneurship journey at the institution level, and all the universities are going to support your journey. So there is no dearth for fund, and there is no dearth for your support also. You get all the things you need for taking up this particular entrepreneurship as a career. If you look at the journey, you start from ideation, then you go for creation, and then you go for innovation. So usually this ideation happens in the idea cafes where the people from diverse teams meet and discuss about various problems and their novel solutions. And later you are going to prioritize those solutions. Then you are going to create what is known as proof of concept, and you are taking into account of market feasibility, and you are going to generate a preliminary business plan. Then you are going to incubate your startup in incubators like say METP or some other renowned incubators. So when you launch a startup, so you should take care of your customer ready design, and you have to try to get customers and additional funding in the process of developing your product. So always I stress these things whenever I present, that is aligning the research and innovation. So if you take any university model, we have the research directorate or research department. Also we have innovation team or innovation department or innovation centers. So you have a lot of ideas. So there are two paths to proceed. One is you can take up the research, and then you can try to you address the gaps in the knowledge and try to get research grants, then go for publications. Or you can start with ideas, then you can create, you can incubate, and you can develop the products. So though it is shown as two different paths, this research and innovation should go hand in hand. Take this example. This is the faculty research transformed into a startup. So research and startup, research and entrepreneurship goes hand in hand, as I told in the last slide. Look at this. So this is actually developing a 3D model for spinal cord. So what the faculty has done is they are able to take 2D pictures of the spinal cord. Using the 2D pictures, they are able to develop 3D models of the spinal cord as part of their research. So after completing the PhD, he has incubated his startup with the same idea in the incubator, got additional funding from BIRAC and Elevate, so able to develop the product and commercialize the product in the hospital. So using the 2D images, he's able to develop a 3D model. So this 3D model helps the doctor in making the diagnosis for deformities in the spinal cord. So using this 3D model, he is able to diagnose the problem properly and decide upon the treatment to be given for the patient. And it is possible to offer the treatment with the least cost. So that is the actually USP of this particular startup. See, clearly it says that how a research can be translated into a startup. That's what I said in the previous slide. Your research and innovation should go hand in hand. So whenever we talk about entrepreneurship, so we usually highlight these terms: vision. See, all these companies, the popular companies, Tata, Infosys, L&T, or you have HDFC Bank. So all of them started with a proper vision. So if you have a vision statement when you start with, it is going to motivate your team, and all these team members will work in realizing your dream and vision. So you should have a proper vision, and the long-term vision is very important whenever you start your own venture. So most of the time we have seen students come with ideas. They don't have any vision, just they have the ideas. They don't validate the idea also. That's why these type of programs are going to help you. Also, you should have a proper team. And how many team numbers? So there is a criteria. I think there are some sessions related to team building. And also finance. Say, for example, cash flow. What is the purpose of this cash flow? Why do you know these terms, cash flow terms and all, profit loss? All those things are very important for entrepreneurs. They should know all those things. It is not simply the idea. All those things, finance related things, also important for entrepreneurs. Moreover, we require entrepreneurial mindset. So your commitment, perseverance, creativity, strategic thinking, time management, self-motivation, risk-taking ability. So all those things are very, very important to pursue this entrepreneurship journey. Look at the statement. We must take risk today to learn the lessons from tomorrow, as Mark Zuckerberg said. And Warren Buffett says, risk comes from not knowing what you are doing. So these two statements clearly convey you the term risk. Why should we take risk? So there are several examples, classic examples for enterprises. Look at the Infosys. It's a classical example. So all of us know about Infosys journey. 7 co-founders from middle class family they started. Now you know where Infosys is today. So Narayana Murthy, when he started Infosys in late 80s, he actually took 6 people from his team of 200 from his earlier venture, that is earlier company where he is working, that is Patni Computers, 6 people. So when he selected 6 people, he says he looked at so many things while selecting those 6 people as part of the founding team. He looked at a value system That is very important. Look at the value system among those 6 people. And ability to learn new things, ability to work in a team. So these things he looked at. And also, they are all 7 to 8 levels below him, hardly had 1 year experience as software engineers. So it is not a random selection when he selected a team of 6 members, totally including Narayana Murthy, it is 7-member team. So he has done a homework in selecting the co-founders for his team. Look at the Pidilite. His founder was a lawyer. He never practiced law. He worked as a peon earlier. And he is called actually the Fevicol Man of India. So though he's a lawyer, he developed a passion for entrepreneurship in a different domain. And also we have story of Asian Paints. It's also a very good enterprise. So it is the best paint or the paint company. At 80s, so many years ago, they used technology. They purchased a supercomputer costing several crores. That is well before the ISRO purchased a supercomputer. So with that supercomputer, it's a huge investment at that time. So with that supercomputer, they are able to predict the requirement of the color and the quantity at different parts of India. And based on that, they are able to keep their stock. So that is the model. That's why they became successful company. So they have invested a huge amount in the technology in 80s in purchasing a supercomputer. And as per the Voyo, Ritesh Agarwal, the founder, says it's 20% innovation and rest is execution. Always we think that, okay, we should continuously do innovation and innovation is only important. So, okay, you innovate, you have an innovative mindset, but that is not the end. So execution is also very important. If you fail to execute after innovation, then your company is not going to succeed. So that's why execution is also important. You should be in a position to know how to execute your company day-to-day operations. One more example I can give, that is Oxide, the spin-out from Oxford University. It's a classic example for innovation. Actually the product is smart glasses for visually impaired. The technology development began in 2010 at the Oxford. So Oxide formed in 2016. Look at that. The company started in 2016, but the research began in 2010 at Oxford. 6 years after the research and development, they incorporated the startup. And look at the product launch. The product launch took place in 2021, again after 5 years. So from technology development for the product launch, they have taken 10 plus years. After the product launch, they are able to successfully raise $260 million. The product weight, 500 grams, they are able to reduce it to 83 grams. So it's a spin out from the Oxford University, clearly says that the journey of your internship won't happen overnight. It requires several years of dedication in the innovation to develop the final marketable product. Especially these type of deep tech startups, they require lots of time for the development and launch, and a lot of funding is also required for the product development. So some of the startup essentials, if you look at, it's a business model, innovation, execution, finance, team, governance. All these things, I think, are covered as part of this particular workshop. So there is a separate session for this business model. It's going to express your business logic. I'm not going to touch upon these points. And also innovation, I told you about innovation. It's a successful commercial exploitation of your ideas. Look at the execution. What and all is there as part of your execution? You have to register your startup. You have to develop your technologies. Then you have to safeguard your technology in the form of intellectual property. Then a lot of HR practices, HR issues you have to deal with. Of course, finance, compliance, then closing of the startup. A business is 10% of idea and 90% of execution, and 10% of the startup succeed and 90% fail. So one needs to prepare hard before starting the business and then execute by working really hard. See, again, I will repeat this. Preparation is very, very important. Before you start with, you have to prepare, you have to work hard. Some people are thinking that, okay, straight away with some ideas, some mere ideas, they can start. They can start their venture without any validation, without any evaluation. They can just start with some idea and they can just form a startup and proceed. No, it won't happen. So very important is preparation before you start. As I gave the example of Narayan Murthy, he has done a lot of preparation in selecting the founding team itself. And also later for execution also, you have to work really hard. You have to take a lot of risk during your execution. And coming to the finance, if you have learned the management of finance during your college days, many people have learned about finance management, managing your own finance during your college days. Then managing the finance, understanding the terminology of finance is not so difficult during your entrepreneurship journey. So you have to concentrate on these terms: cash flow, profit loss, balance sheet, power of compounding. All those terminology you have to understand. Some people are thinking that, okay, all those things part of a finance team. Innovation is part of the innovation team. Not like that. As founders, you should know each and every aspect: finance, innovation, product development, go-to-market strategy. Everything you should know and you should practice. Don't leave it to others because it is your startup. You have to work towards the vision. That is very, very important. Team, competency of the team members, commitment and passion, complementary skills, courage and calculated risk. So when you start something, the first and most crucial decision you make is who to start with. So many people come with the startup ideas when I ask about the team members. So usually the team members are their family members, mother, wife, husband. So you are all comfortable with your family team members. Not like that. Look at take the example of Narayan Murthy, NRN. Go through how he selected, what are the criteria he has chosen for selecting 7 co-founders. So all those things you need to consider when forming the team. That is very, very important for your company growth. Otherwise, it just becomes a family business. And the most important thing is the governance. Look at the term, look at the statement. Let good news take the steps and bad news the elevator. This is a statement given by Mr. Narayan Murthy in 2010. Each and every word in this statement is very, very meaningful. And that clearly says the governance followed at the Infosys. It's the best to bring the bad news to the investors early on a proactive basis. Let the good news take the steps and bad news the elevator. Investors always respect those organizations that disclose their mistakes and resolve to improve themselves. Nowadays, you are reading a lot of articles in the newspapers about governance issues of many organizations, many companies. So all those companies with misgovernance, they are going to collapse very soon. So governance is also very, very important. So all these things you have to take care when you build the startup. So if you take your journey, your entrepreneurship journey from lab to market, there is one important terminology that is addressed is technology readiness level, which is going to talk about, which is going to express the maturity of your technology. So there are 9 levels in your technology readiness levels, TRL 1 to TRL 9. So whenever we are working on your idea or product, your startup idea, you should be in a position to tell at what TRL you are right now. If you look at the TRL 1, it is about the basic principle, observation, and reporting. TRL 2 corresponds to technology concept and application formulation. And TRL 3 corresponds to initial experimental validation. Then there are some terms you can see highlighted: POP, POC, and POV. POP demonstration in the lab corresponds to TRL 4, where POP is a solution that in principle solves the problem. So that is basically demonstrated in the lab level. So when that happens, we call it as your technology in the TRL 4. Next, when this POP is demonstrated in the relevant environment, that is the environment in controlled conditions that reasonably replicate the potential use cases encountered in the real world, we call that your technology is in the TRL 5. Then we have TRL 6, where it corresponds to proof of concept demonstration. So proof of concept demonstrated in the relevant environment. So it's a real life environment to validate the potential value that the relevant environment. So relevant environment in the sense it is the controlled condition environment, which reasonably replicate the potential use cases encountered in the real world. So the next one is the proof of concept demonstrated in the relevant environment. I think I covered it. The next one is TRL 7. It corresponds to proof of value demonstrated in the operating environment. So proof of value means it's a realistic prototype that is demonstrated in the real life environment to validate the potential value that a technology can provide to the customers. So this TRL, that is TRL 4, 5, 6, 7, this region 4 to 6, 7 mainly corresponds to your minimum viable product development. So from proof of principle, you develop proof of concept, then you develop proof of value. Once you develop the proof of value and you validate it by your users, then you go for business model fit and product market fit. Product market fit corresponds to a product that delivers a clear, demonstrable, and measurable value proposition to the customers. And business model fit corresponds to the business model to penetrate the market and generate the revenue. And later you have the ready for full-scale deployment. The last stage corresponds to revenue and growth. At this stage, the business model is scaled to reach a wider customer base and grow revenues. So most of the time, whenever we apply for funding, the funding agency asks you about your current TRLs. That's why always you should keep this in memory, that TRL 1 to TRL 9. So TRL 4, 5, 6, 7, if you are in this region, TRL 4, 5, 6, 7, that means that something is happening from your side. That is your either proof of principle or proof of concept or proof of value. And if you are below TRL 4, then it is just your principles and technology concept and initial experimentation. So there are some funds, of course, available till TRL 3. So I am going to explain all those things at the end of this particular presentation. So with the time constraint, I'm not going to touch upon these things. I have given 2 examples for TRL levels, 1 to TRL 9 for application development, and the next one is for a hardware, that is electric scooter development. Just you can glance this one, that is electric scooter development. Look at the TRL 1, the basic principles observed. It's a concept of electric scooter is conceived in this particular TRL. It corresponds to the basic research, understand the feasibility of the idea. So usually we draw initial sketches or design concepts at this particular stage. Then we'll go for TRL 2, where technology concept you are going to formulate. The basic concept of the electric scooter is formulated. You, including its key components, frame, motor, battery, and other control systems, you perform preliminary design studies and simulations in this particular TRL level. So next we go for TRL 3, where you are going to generate some sort of proof of concept using which you are going to demonstrate the feasibility of the electric scooters, various components and their functionalities. And in the TRL 4, you are going to develop a prototype integrating all the key components and systems. And this prototype is used for initial testing and evaluation of performance and functionality. Next, in the TRL 5, you are going for testing and validation. So extensive testing to validate the performance, durability, and safety you are going to do in this particular TRL. So next in TRL 6, so you are taking the feedback. The design of electric scooter is refined and optimized to improve the performance, reliability, and user experience. So multiple iterations we may have to do in this particular TRL. In the TRL 7, so the pre-production prototype of the electric scooter you are going to develop, and that is a near final version of the product. So I can say that your MVP, minimum viable product, is ready at this particular stage, and the prototype is used for final validation and certification testing. And TRL 8 is mainly intended for production readiness. So your scooter is finalized, necessary manufacturing process and supply chains you are going to establish, and it's ready for mass production with production facilities and quality control measures in place. Last stage, TRL9. So you are going for commercial deployment. So the scooter is manufactured and deployed for commercial use. It is available for sale to consumers with distribution channels established and support services in place. So what is a minimum viable product? So as I told, you are going to develop the minimum viable product from 4, 5, 6 until 7. In this TRL levels, you are going to, the main development of your minimum viable product takes place. So it's a minimum viable product is referred to as MVP in short. It's something that meets the minimum criteria for the market and customer. So customers can buy or subscribe to the application and gain value from its use. By using, they'll get some value. Of course, it's not the fully featured and realized product. So with the feedback from these customers, you can go for further refinement, improvement. So 3 terms very often we use in the product development cycle: proof of concept, prototype, MVP. Sometimes in some books and literature, some people they interchangeably use this POC and prototype. So POC is a small scale demonstration which is going to verify a concept or idea, whether this concept or idea is technically feasible or not. Can this be done or not? So it's not going to worry about the scalability or usability. Whereas a prototype is a tangible representation of a concept or product idea, which helps in validating the product's usability and functionality. So that is the main difference between proof of concept and a prototype. So prototype is concerned with usability and functionality, where POC is just concerned with whether the technology, whether the idea is technically feasible or not. Whereas the last one, the MVP, focus on delivering the value to the users with the minimum set of features necessary. There are several examples available for minimum viable products. So why do startups need this minimum viable product? It's mainly for product validation. See, before you launch your minimum viable product, you do idea validation. For that, what you are going to do? You are going to interview the customers and you are going to do the market research. And this MVP provides you an opportunity to prove that you are on the way to product market fit. Helps in gathering the valuable data and feedback.
Sorry to interrupt. There's a question from a student asking for services, sir.
Pardon?
I mean, MVP for services. There was a specific question from a student.
Okay. I think I'll take up at the end.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. So look at the example, Amazon MVP bookshop. Actually, I skipped that slide, your services slide. You can see in this slide. If you are able to use this services slide, I think this PPT is shared among the people who are working on the services. They can go through this particular slide. Look at the TRL 6.7. So you are mainly developing a beta version of your product at this stage, and that is going to be tested. So there are several examples. Amazon, the MVP in this case is bookshop. So at this, the Amazon basically started out life as a simple online bookstore when they started with. It's a website where people would place orders and then the company would source books from the distributors. At that time, there was no same-day delivery, no warehouses at that time. So eventually, the Amazon strength as a company would come from owning massive warehouses later on across the globe and the world's most efficient logistics operation. So though the MVP at that time was just an online bookstore, now you see where Amazon is. iPhone, the first generation iPhone, at that time, no app store, no Bluetooth, no ability to copy and paste text. It was not smarter than your old Nokia device also. Only it was good for making the phone calls, texting, checking email, and basic text-based websites. Take the example of a Uber. It was very simple. Just the booking a ride was happening at that time. So the user would specify where they were in the application, and the Uber would connect them with the nearest driver. But all the features we know about Uber now, fare estimation, payments platform, in-app tracking, everything came recently. So this is the classic example, Dropbox, MVP. There is no product at that time. MVP is actually a demo video. So even it could be a demo video also. So without the product, they launched their MVP. So Drew Houston, co-founder of this Dropbox, he forgot his USB flash drive while studying at the university. And that's how he came up this particular idea. So the solution, the Dropbox solution, allow users to upload their data to a cloud storage, making the digital files accessible from various devices. MVP is just a screen recording demo video, showed what Dropbox is capable of and how to use it. So this particular demo video MVP resulted in a viral website traffic increase, grew the team's waitlist from 5 kilo to 75 kilo in just a day, helped the team to raise the money. So even without your the product or your product prototype, you can launch the MVP that is shown by the Dropbox founder in the form of a demo video. So for the development of your product or MVP, you require a lot of funding access. So look at the funding sources for science-based startups in India. I'm not going to talk about each and every funding concept here because of time constraint. So look at some of the funds available at the incubators. So without the incubator, you have the funding access like maybe three F's, bootstrapping, maybe your friends, maybe your family, maybe from the founders. So that's the meaning of 3F, founders. Then the next level, you may be angel funding or seed funding. Next may be venture capital or private equity, whatever it is. Then incubators like Manipal Incubator. So we are going to provide some funding for various stages of the product development. Look at that EIR, first one I have shown. Then somewhere you can see Prayas. Then you can see DST Nidhi seed funds. Then TDB soft loans. So then there are so many funds available for bio innovations like BIG, Sparsh Air, BIPP. I'm not going to talk about these things. BIRAC Big. So many funding schemes are available for biotech startups. So since our incubator is offering the funds like EIR, Prayas, and DST Nidhi for technology, that is a technology development. So I'll just throw some light upon these funding mechanisms. So this will be very useful since all of you are engineering pursuing students after graduation. This funding scheme is very, very useful to you. That is Nidhi EIR, National Initiative for Developing and Harnessing Innovation, that is entrepreneur in residence. So it is actually a fellowship up to rupees 3.6 lakh per year. It's conceived by NHDP DST Government of India. It's mainly to nurture the ideas and innovations into successful startups, inspire the best talents to be entrepreneurs, minimize the risk involved in pursuing the startups. So this funding is mainly given for science or engineering graduates. To be eligible for this, you should have a basic degree or diploma in the science or engineering, minimum 4 years of formal full-time undergraduate or postgraduate education towards one or more degree program, or it could be even 3-year degree diploma with the 2 years full-time experience, BSc, BCA diploma with the 2 years work experience, BSc with the MCA, MBA, or BTech. So all these streams or degrees are valid to get the Nidhi EIR fellowship. That is 3.6 lakh per year. So up to 30,000 rupees per month for 1 year. So if you have an idea, if you want to pursue your entrepreneurship journey immediately after your BTech graduation, then you need not worry about your family support or other support. So the government is going to give you funding of 30,000 rupees per month for 1 year. With this funding, you can develop your proof of concept and try to validate this at the end of 1 year. If it works, fine. If it doesn't work, then you can go for higher studies or you can go for industry for job. So usually people will try this. See, we have supported 60 Niti IR fellows in last 5 years, and many of them have started their ventures, startups. They are able to generate the revenues. They are able to raise the next level of funding. So that is the impact of Niti IR program. So people should not use this as a stopgap arrangement, not to be concurrent with any other remuneration. You should not take up this fellowship working somewhere else. So parallelly, you can't do that. You should not work elsewhere to be eligible for this particular fellowship. And you are called as a pre-incubatee at the incubator. You'll get a lot of mentoring support, and the outcome expected as part of this Niti IR is startup starting your own startup or your IP generation, whatever it is, raise the fund and generate the revenue. This is the outcome expected as part of this particular fellowship program. So this is the impact in the national level. You can see the impact of Niti IR so far. 900 plus years supported across the India, and 500 plus people, they started their companies. After forming their companies, they are able to raise 140 crore follow-on funding. 200 plus were women entrepreneurs. 537 plus intellectual properties were generated, and 70% of the years were under 30 years of age. 3,300 plus jobs were created. 880 plus prototypes are developed with this particular funding support pan India in the last 5 years. Then the next one is Nidhi promoting and accelerating young and aspiring technology entrepreneurs, Nidhi Prayas. It's a physical product development grant up to rupees 10 lakh. Again, from the incubators, this is the dispersal. So it's a DST fund. This is mainly for idea to POC, mainly for intended for physical product development. This is not to be given for software or service related startups. This is mainly for hardware based startups. So for eligibility, the minimum age requirement is 18 years. This is for mainly the duration is 18 months. The innovators should have the technical skills. Ideas should be based on the technology or science. The product must have potential for commercialization. So when you are applying for this particular funding, you should clearly mention the roadmap for your commercialization. How you are going to commercialize this after completing the grant, Nidhi Prayas grant. So up to 10 lakh will be given from the DST for 18 months. See the impact of Nidhi Prayas funding in the last 5 years. So far, the revenue generation is 13,273 lakhs. And employment generated in different years, you can see. And also the follow-on funding. After completion of this Nidhi Prayas, they raised follow-on funding for further development and scale up. So the third one is the seed support, called as a Nidhi SSP. So it's mainly providing financial assistance to startups for prototype development, product trials, and market entry and commercialization. So once you develop your product, if you want to go to the market and scale up further, so you can apply for this particular seed support. Up to 1 crore per startup will be given as seed support in the form of loan. Usually it's a soft loan or equity linked instruments as the mode of financing or investing into startups. Pan India program support considering virtual incubation. You are supposed to physically or virtually incubate in the incubators, the funding incubator. So that is must. So only upon 3 months of incubation in the incubator, you are eligible to get the seed support. So do I have the time? I think it's 2:55.
Yes, there are a few questions. I mean, you can.
Can I complete this last 2 slides?
Yeah, please, no problem.
Yeah. So choice for students. There are 2 categories, not interested or interested. So not interested, fine, it is acceptable, but you should have the awareness. You should not be ignorant about these things. Even companies are also promoting startup cultures within the organization. If you are interested but not sure at when to start as a student, you take several related courses, innovation and entrepreneurship related courses. Now these courses are offered in many institutions as program electives or open electives. So be part of the clubs or activities, engage with the community. You can participate in several hackathons, P-Plan and other competitions to get some exposure. You work for startups during your college days and try to build a team, then take your idea to the next level. So to develop the entrepreneurial mindset among the students, so what is the preparation needed by the students? There are some tips given in this particular slide. So you can quickly go through this particular thing. So each student is unique. We always say that each student is unique. So we should identify the student's strength and weakness. So we should always connect with the peers, faculty, and the community. Explore the support from institute, government, family, and friends. See, if you are willing to pursue your entrepreneurship journey, there are several people to help you. Finance management, manage your finance while studying. Get some knowledge about the finance. You should know how to accept the failures. If you are failing, fail fast. So go through the videos of company or entrepreneurs, TED Talks, etc. So there are some 2 books available. We always recommend these books to our incubators and pre-incubators or innovators. So 20 entrepreneurs, interesting stories. Connect the dots by Rashmi Bansal. It's a very good book. Next one is Before You Start Up. You should go through this book. This is available online. Very low cost, maybe less than 200 rupees for this. Before You Start Up. Even Kindle version is also available. Please go through this by Pankaj Goyal. So he started a venture. He failed in that. Then reasons for failures he documented in the form of a book. His failures, his experiences. So in what way he would have done better to get the success? Actually, he has not done that. So all those things, suggestions he has given in this particular book. And also he talks about the importance of co-founder agreement. Why do you require co-founders? Why do you require co-founder agreement? How to choose the co-founders? So all those things are explained clearly in this particular book. Before You Start Up, Pankaj Goyal. Please go through this particular book. It is very, very useful to you to proceed further in your entrepreneurial journey. So next one is team building, unlearning, learning, practicing. And you can approach the incubators, the neighboring incubators or entrepreneurship cells or 9 cells, whatever it is in your institutes at any time to get the insights, to get any funding support required for your entrepreneurial journey. And also, he emphasized on this students, faculty, alumni engagement. It is not just students, faculty, and alumni engagement is also very, very important for the institution development and spin out of the new ventures. National Innovation Startup Policy 2019 also talks about this faculty, students, and alumni. And this particular student, faculty, alumni engagement model is followed in IIT Madras Research Park, which is spread across 11 acres. The total area for the research park is 1.2 million square feet. So in this particular research park, they are following the student, faculty, alumni engagement and what they do with this engagement. So what is the purpose? Why do you require faculty? Faculty, they are going to bring the width of the knowledge. They have a lot of knowledge. You can approach the faculty anytime to get their knowledge, technical expertise. Students have the energy to work. Students, they always have the energy to work. And they always ready to take the risk. That is very important. And alumni of the institution, they bring the field expertise and investment. So this model, the student, faculty, alumni engagement model is very successful in IIT Madras Research Park. So if you get a time to visit this IIT Madras Research Park, you must visit that to get some insights and exposure about this particular model at IIT Madras. It requires minimum 2 to 3 hours to go through the entire research park. Look at the statement from our founder, Dr. T.M. Pai. Things beyond the reach of individual accomplishment become miraculously easy with the collective effort. That's why always you should put collective effort. Then only you will be successful. you can achieve something. In conclusion, focus on one thing. Each team startup is unique. Important to differentiate. Have you learned versus are you practicing? Many people say that I have learned, I have studied, I have gone through something. Important question at that time we are going to ask is, are you practicing? Are you practicing what you have learned? If you have simply learned, if you are not practicing, it is simply in the book or in your mind. So you should practice. Practice makes the man perfect. That is very, very important. Thank you. I hope that there is not much overlap.
No, sir, it's thank you. It was an excellent presentation, and there are a few questions, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the students wanted to know whether this Nidhi Prayas schemes are available for MCOM students also.
Second. Whether my video is visible?
Yeah. But in the slide, it said student has to be science and engineering graduate.
For Nidhi Prayas,
Yeah.
Nidhi Prayas students need not be science and engineering graduates.
Okay. Okay.
So the minimum requirement is they should have 18 years age. So minimum age requirement is 18 years. And while working, while studying also, they can apply for this, provided they have an idea for physical product development, which is commercially viable.
Another student is asked a question that I am not from a tech background in UG, but my idea is related to a tech app. How can I produce an MVP without financial support?
Which financial support?
Without
Any grant?
Without the financial support.
Without financial support, like which idea?
It's a tech app idea.
Okay.
So this this student is not from tech background in undergraduation, but her idea is related to a tech app. So she wants to know how can she develop an MVP without financial support?
See, for developing MVP app, without financial support also you can develop. Only thing is you can offer some internship to students working in some engineering college, maybe computer science or data science or information technology student. They are very good in development of the app. So if you have a startup, no, you can give as a project to this particular students. You can offer an internship maybe for 6 months. Usually they are looking for some internships. So with your internship, only thing is they request certificate. They don't require any stipend during this. So many people are searching for these internships. So you can develop a MVP. There are many startups, they have done this with the support of the ecosystem. Let's say you incubate your company in our incubator. We have an ecosystem here. We have engineering college here. A lot of students, they are coming for internship. So they work in the startup for 6 months or 3 months. So during this time, you can develop your MVP and you can get it tested by the customers. You can launch a minimum viable product. That's possible.
The next question is there any specific fund for services startup?
No, there is no specific fund. We don't have any specific fund for services startup. See, the Nidhi EIR, I think it comes under the service startup is from a science or engineering background students only. That's what I assume. In that case, to develop the proof of concept during the 1 year, after their graduation, they can apply for Nidhi EIR. That is 30,000 rupees for 1 month. That is one thing. Another one is applying for the seed support of 25 lakh for further market entry and commercialization.
And I think this Nidhi EIR is available for pharma students also, is the next question.
Pharma.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's available.
Okay.
It's available.
The next question is, can bioscience related projects be done before clinical trials? How can we improve our product idea?
No, that is actually not my area. Sorry for that. I don't want to answer this.
Okay.
So we have a separate incubator here. We have a Manipal GOK bio incubator. I think they are the better people to answer this bio-related things.
Sure.
Actually, I'm not able to go back to the Zoom video. It's not coming out of this PPT. Sorry for that.
That's okay. That's okay. No problem. Anything else? Sure, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Santosh Rao, sir, for being with us and spending most of your valuable time and disseminating a lot of information, including the Nidhi EAR. These are very new concepts for our students. At the same time, there are a lot of aspects, these are all boosters for students, the student might.
Yeah, and also one thing, sir, whenever we call for applications, we are not getting enough applications for this Nidhi or Nidhi Prayas also. We are getting less than 100 applications.
Okay.
I don't know whether it is reaching the intended audience or not, but still we are not receiving much potential applications.
No, I don't think the awareness is there, sir. So I think through this platform, you have, our students have come to know, and we'll definitely going.
Yeah,
ahead.
see, both these funding schemes are available in our website, so they can apply for these things, or they can apply for, they can show their expression for interest.
Yes.
So whenever the call is open, we'll contact those people.
Definitely, sir. Now, through this session, our students have got immensely benefited. We thank you for your valuable time, sir.
Yes.
And also, we'll definitely be, MIT, the incubators, will definitely be in touch, and we need your support for going ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Best of wishes for all the students, innovators.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, students, I hope this session was very illuminating for you, because an important session of MVP, and which is an essential element to develop your product. So here on, we go on to the next session, which is about brand and media marketing or social media marketing. We have got a industry expert here who's come to speak about this topic, Pupul Sagar Pushkarna. She's got her master's in mass communication and journalism, and is the founder of an award-winning creative digital company. She's a brand consultant and psychologist and partner at renowned Delhi NCR blog. She has handled large clients like Volvo, Yamaha, Muthoot Group, Aircel, and BSNL. And her specialization is client servicing, marketing, brand management, corporate communication is her specialization. We welcome you, Pupul, to this forum. We have more than 500 students on this platform who are interested in listening to you and formulate their brand ideas. We are honored to have you on this platform, and look forward to having a great session with you. Okay. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you for such a nice intro. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
And thank you. So as you have already, I think, said everything about my profile, I am in this profession for last, I think, more than 18 years now. And I've been with brands, I've developed brands, I have taken brands to another level. So today I'm going to talk about brand development and how social media marketing is a very important tool in promoting your brand and how it helps for a startup. So first of all, I'm going to start with what is a brand. Okay, we really need to, because when we want to start up something, there are a lot of things in our head. So first we have to clear that what is a brand. Brand is just a name businesses take to distinguish, to differentiate from other products or services available in the market. A brand can be a person, a brand can be a product or a service. So it really doesn't matter if it's a person or it's a product. A brand can be anything. So to start a brand, we should really be clear in our heads that what are the brand values. That is something that That's the first step you should start with, your brand values. And brand values is something that is going to, decide the tone of your brand. It's going to decide the final connect you will have to create with your audience. So we have to be sure what are the brand values.
Sorry to
And
interrupt.
once, sorry,
Sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt you.
Yeah.
Will you be able to share your PPT yourself and take it? Because we are having small trouble here with the PPT.
actually, I am from my phone right now. I'm not from my laptop, so I'll see if I can share. Let me just a second. Let me just figure out if I can. No, it's not going actually. Is it okay if I say without the PPT, I can send you the PPT and you can share with the students later on?
Unmute. Yeah. Yeah, Pupul, we will try to share the PPT. You
Yeah.
this.
Okay.
And if
Okay.
not, we will share with the students later.
Okay. Meanwhile, I will try if I'm able to send you the PPT.
Yes.
So yeah. So let's get back to the topic, brand values. So once you're ready with your brand values and you're clear that these are going to be my core values of the brand, the next thing that you have to figure out is your USPs. What is the unique selling proposition of your brand? And that will help you in deciding the target audience. Because if these three things are set for your brand, you know what are your values, you know your USPs, you know your target audience, then only you can go to the second phase of the brand, developing the brand. Okay, so your brand values are set and your USPs are set and your target audience is set. And by target audience, you should research that gender, which age group, which demographic, regional research also should be there, that which are the areas your brand should be promoted in. All these comes under target audience research. So it is very important to have a good research about the target audience. Once all of these three things are set, we move on to the vision. So vision is something about, like, where do you want to see your brand after 5 years or 10 years, or at what level you want to see your brand. Okay, so that is the vision of the brand. And once your vision is set, you go on to the mission. Now, what is mission? They sound very similar, and they are actually very similar. Vision and mission, the only difference between these two is vision is more about strategizing, planning, okay? And mission is action. Whatever you have planned, whatever you have been strategizing, mission is something that when you act on it, you start acting on it. So that's the mission. And when you combine vision and mission, it comes to the brand objective. You get your brand objective, that this is my goal, this is my objective, and this is what I have to do. Okay, so these things are set. This is what all I have discussed till now is basically the foundation of your brand. And till the time you don't have your foundation fixed, no matter how much you promote, no matter how much budgets you put in, no matter where you are, promoting it, publicizing it, it won't matter, because you'll get confused, and the connect that you are trying to create with your audience will never happen. So you have to have your foundation fixed. You have to be very sure and clear about all these things. Then only you can start a brand in a professional manner, in a more planned and organized way. Along with the paperwork, these are the things which are very, very important. Once these things are set, once your foundation is set, the second phase starts. And the first thing in the second phase is your brand logo. Now, brand logo is something usually when you have your brand, you're very aspirational. You are very, that my brand should be this, that. But we forget one thing, that it needs to be very simple. Your logo should resonate with the brand values you have. Your logo should tell people, even while they're looking at the logo, they should know what is this all about. Okay. So your logo needs to be very simple. It needs to have simple fonts, good colors, enough colors. Okay, I tell you, colors is a whole science behind the brand. It is very important that you know the science behind the colors. For example, I'll tell you that if you have a very sporty brand, if you have a very energetic brand, then the colors you should go for is red, yellow. You know, these are the colors you should go with, because there's a whole psyche involved behind the colors. And colors really, really help you to create that connect with your audience. Because like Ogilvy said, that it just needs 3 seconds to connect with a brand. When either on a billboard or newspaper or social media, 3 seconds is the window you have. 3 seconds is the window you have to connect with the brand. So colors, I was talking about red for energetic brand. So if you have a brand which is more into lifestyle, or is it a spa, or it's related to sleep, the colors you'll go for is blue and teal, sea green. You know, these are the family of colors you should go with. So colors play a major role in connecting with the audience, in connecting with the consumer. So you should be very careful what kind of colors you choose, what kind of design you choose. It should be simple. It should be the taglines should be very simple. For example, you take Nike. I mean, while looking at Nike, you'll always see in their ads, they have very simple logo. They have just one swoosh and a very catchy but simple, easy to understand tagline. So that is, in that way, you're able to connect with the brand very quickly, and you know that this brand is going to give me this. You know the function, you know how this brand is going to help you in your life. So colors, logo is the first thing actually that somebody sees. So it sets the tone of your brand for a long time. For a long time, the logo is going to be your brand identity. So be very careful while choosing the logo. Now we'll come to the social media marketing thing, how important it is and how good, easy it is to connect through social media marketing. So social media marketing, there are a lot of platforms these days. There is Instagram, there is Facebook, there's LinkedIn, there is X, that was Twitter earlier, there's YouTube. So there are a lot of social media marketing platforms. How to choose which platform is good for you? See, it all depends on the nature of your brand. For example, if your brand is something, it's a product, it's something like a kids wear or a jewelry brand, or it's something that a person can use on daily basis. It's a product that can be promoted on Instagram, through Instagram ads, through Facebook ads, and with good thought-provoking creatives, with shareable content, shareable reels, and of course, informative reels and creatives. But if your brand is more like a service, like you're a makeup artist, or you're a hairstylist, or something like this, then it is very important that you should have Instagram and Facebook, of course, but you should also list yourself on websites like Wed Me Good and other websites like that, because it is very important to be present there. It is very important to be available there. So, and if you're a consultant, if you're a life coach, if you're a grooming expert, if you are a psychologist, or you're providing any this sort of service, then it is very, very important that you have a good profile on LinkedIn. So first is LinkedIn. If you're a consultant, along with LinkedIn, definitely you should have Facebook, definitely you should have Instagram, but LinkedIn should be your first priority. So it depends on the nature of your brand, that what kind of social media platform is going to help you out. And before you start your Instagram and Facebook, what is required is one more thing, which usually people skip and they don't think about it. And when they start a brand, they just hop onto social media and they start promoting and, they start the ads and everything. One thing which they skip, and it's a very simple thing, it's a plain good website. Website is very, very important because website is more like, it creates a trust factor about your brand. When somebody goes to your website, they see who are you, what is the background, who are the people responsible for this brand, what are your core values, what are your missions, your goals, where are you going with this brand. So every single information about the brand is on the website. So it creates more transparency between you and the consumer. So definitely a website is important and it should be there before you start your Instagram or your Facebook or any other social media platform, depending on your brand. And when we are talking about the website, let me talk about direct to customer, direct to consumer, that's D2C. What we do in D2C is we create e-commerce website and we start selling our service or product through there. So if you're a product-based brand and you start selling on e-commerce website, I can assure you numbers will be very low, no matter how much you promote it on Instagram or Facebook or through Google Ads or through SEO, the numbers will be low. And you know the reason why? The reason will be trust factor. Trust is very important for a consumer or a customer, and it takes time to build trust. Now, how can you build trust if you're a new brand? Well, if you're a product, what you need to do is build your website, push it on, make it a hero, push it on Google and promote it on Instagram. But make sure that along with along with your e-commerce website, you should have listing on Amazon or Flipkart or some generic public e-commerce website, because that will help you to create the kind of trust that is required. Like if you are a first-time buyer, you will be little scared to, because usually we don't offer COD. So people have to pay before they get the product. How can they trust you with the money? So the simple thing is, if it's available on Amazon, if I'm going on your website and I see a product and I say, okay, this is a nice product, but I don't know if I should pay them or not. So I'll go to Amazon and I'll check if that product is available on Amazon. And if it's there, I'll definitely go and buy it because I know it's more secure, it's more safe. I can trust Amazon because it's there, it's right in public. I don't have to think about where my money is going. If the product is not good, I know it's going, either I'm going to get a refund or it's going to get replaced. So a lot of things have been are being taken care of. So I don't have to worry about that. So it is very important that you make your e-commerce website, but don't forget to put it on public e-commerce platforms. For example, I'll give you an example of Nuske by Paras. It's a brand which started from Instagram. It's a skincare brand, and it started by Paras Tomar. He's an influencer, and he started he started with giving tips on skincare, and then it went pretty well. Then he introduced some skincare products. They also went well, but the numbers of the sales were very low. So he started with e-commerce. But e-commerce, again, the trust factor was there, though he had a very big fan following because he's an influencer, but the numbers were still low. People were not ready to pay for the brand. So what he did, side by side, he started listing his products on Amazon. And from there, the sales kind of picked up. And now he's doing really well. He's selling on Amazon. Now what happens is, if I'm the first-time buyer, I'll see, okay, I know what is Nuske by Paras. I like the product. I go on the website and then I'll go to Amazon to buy it. And when I buy it, I like the product. So next time when I go to Amazon and if it's not there, I won't hesitate in going to his e-commerce website and buying the product directly from there, because I have experienced the product. I know the brand now, I know the company now, I know the quality now. So I won't hesitate in buying directly from the e-commerce website. But Amazon will help you. And top of that, say Amazon has a normal stock which is going on. They have sales, but not always. But if I go to, then I will check the e-commerce website, and there are a lot of offers, there are a lot of deals. Then I will realize, okay, Amazon is selling this in, for example, 200 rupees, but on the website, this product is available for 120 rupees. So I'll go and buy it from the website. So what is happening here? The trust factor is building, and people are now directly coming to my website, and they're going to buy from my website. So in this way, I'm kind of creating a direct connect with my consumer. I'm building that trust factor, and my product quality is good. So everything is in my control. How my brand is going, how other sales are going, what kind of quality of product I'm giving, is everything is in my hands. So I'm in full control of my brand, but at the same time, if the trust factor is created in the market, my sales will definitely go up. And my promotions, like I said, if this is the product I'm talking about is a skincare brand, so definitely I'm going to promote it on Instagram. I'm going to promote it on Facebook. And one thing very important, I said that while you make your website, make sure that you do proper SEO, that is search engine optimization, which is very, very important when you make a website. Make sure that your website is under that SEO thing, so that you can, while you're making the website, you should have all the keywords which are trending right now. And that will affect the ranking of your brand on Google. Because let's face it, if it's not on the first page of Google, then what's the point? I mean, hardly anyone goes to the second page of Google or third page of Google to search for a brand. So it's the first page that is important, and SEO helps you to get on that first page. Now that your SEO is set, your website is set, I think if you start a brand like this, like step by step, it is difficult, but if you're organized, if you plan, if you're clear in your head that this is going to be your brand, these are the values, this is the tone that you want to set, this is the target audience you want to communicate with or create a connect with, and then you start promoting it, I don't think so it's that difficult. And again, social media is definitely a way cheaper option than putting it on TV, and the reach, social media is having the highest reach, more than TV, more than radio, more than newspapers or magazines. And it's way cheaper, because if you go on TV, it will cost you anywhere, above 50 lakhs or so. But social media usually comes in thousands, and it's all in your hand. You can decide where you want to go, how you want to go. It gives you a lot of freedom and flexibility and decide and gives you the power to decide that how slow or fast you want to go. And the best thing about social media is you can see the direct response from the consumer. Like on TV, you don't know what your consumer is thinking. You have to wait for some research agency to do some research about your brand and give you the insights. But when you're on social media, every month you get insights. Every month you get the number of people who are coming in, who are the people going on your website, how much time they're spending on your website, what are the kind of people, what age group. So you can get all these insights when you're doing social media. So when you promote on social media, you get instant reactions, you get instant connect. People trust you more because they know they can connect with you instantly. So there's a very good connect with your audience, your consumer, and it's way easier, simpler, and definitely better. So I hope I have covered all the topics I wanted to. And I think time is also, I'm done with the time also here. So I'll be signing off with this, but do remember that your brand values, your USPs, and your target audience will always decide the fate of your brand. So be very careful. And it really matters how authentic you are and how honest you are with your brand values. And I think then nothing can stop you if you go step by step. And yes, best of luck to all of you. And I hope I have enough information as the time is less. So yeah, If there is anything else, let me know. That would be all from my side. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to talk about on this topic. Thank you.
Pupul, that was a great presentation. There are a few questions. I will
Yeah,
ask
sure.
them. There's a student called Vivek Gowda. He's asking
Okay.
metrics to measure branding strategies with intense competition. How can one leverage without a loss of opportunity cost in D2C lineup?
See, sorry, I missed the first part. It was not audible.
I'll repeat.
Yeah.
It is what are the metrics to measure branding strategies with intense competition? That was part one.
Okay. Okay.
Part
Okay.
two is how can one leverage without a loss of opportunity cost in D2C lineup?
See, first part. See, when you strategize, when you start planning for a brand, one advice I would like to give is never only go by Google research. Go on the ground level, do proper research about, if for example, if you have a product, go to the stores, see what kind of competition is, what kind of promotion the competition is doing, what kind of USPs they're playing on, what kind of connect they're trying to create with the market. So first of all, by research, I meant this. And second was D2C, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So the second part was about the cost, loss of this thing, right?
Loss of opportunity cost. Yeah.
Yeah. So see, like I said, like on D2C, if you list your brand on other public platforms, it won't cost you that much. Most of it usually is done free, though there are a lot of agencies in the market which tell you that we can get you in the A category, we'll give you A+ category, and they'll ask you X amount of money. You don't have to go that way. Just list your product. Even if you want to start first with Amazon and then create your e-commerce website, that is also okay. And in this way, you will not be losing any kind of opportunity. You will actually be creating the opportunity for your brand. So so if you go on public platform first and then you start with your e-commerce, I don't think so you'll be losing a lot of opportunity or money here. Instead, you'll be getting a lot of insights which you can use for your e-commerce website. You'll understand consumer behavior, you'll understand how they are what kind of feedback they're giving about your product. That will actually help you to build your own e-commerce website. So you can actually start with Amazon or Flipkart and then go on to your e-commerce website. And even you can start by if you want to test the waters, you can also start with Instagram. You can start pushing your product on Instagram and see what kind of feedback you're having, people are having, and you can get the testimonials, and you'll get a lot of things that will help you to save a lot of time and to save a lot of money. So yeah, I hope that answers the question. And see, again, it is very, very important that you track the progress. When it doesn't matter if you're on Instagram or you're doing it on Amazon or you have your own e-commerce website, you really, really need to track the progress continuously. And you need to optimize the campaign time to time. It's not like I've decided that this is the kind of campaign I'm going to start with and this is going to be there the same for next 6 months. That cannot happen. You have to be very, very, like I said, the research is very important. You have to see, compare with market on ground level also, so that you can optimize and tweak the campaign you're doing accordingly. And of course, you have to monitor your budgets. You cannot just start with X amount of money just because somebody's suggesting a particular amount that you should spend this much of money on your ads. You should go gradually, slowly, and see what kind of budgets are helping you, what kind of ad spends are helping you to achieve the kind of reach you want to create in the audience. So I think that answers the question. Can't hear you, actually. Sorry.
Yeah, they are
Yeah.
unmuting me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, Kapul, you have answered this question partially. Anyway,
Okay.
Meghna K is asking how
Mhm.
brands rely on social media analytics to create more traction, especially on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
How
Basically,
can you? Yeah, sorry.
she's wanting to know how can she rely on social media analytics to create more traction in
This,
Instagram, Facebook, and
yeah.
YouTube.
So when you do anything on Instagram, for example, you're doing Google ads or Instagram ads or Facebook ads, there is a report that you get. In that, you get exact number of people, the gender, the demographics, and from where they're following. So I think reliability in the sense that you'll get a very, very good idea about consumer behavior here. Okay, you'll get to know that what kind of age group, what kind of age group is trying to connect with your brand, or they are more interested in your brand. And definitely that really helps your brand. That really helps you to promote your brand even better. Sometimes, like for me, sometimes it happens that we start with a brand and then we start promoting it, and after a month we realize, no, I think we were promoting it in a different demographic. It's required more in somewhere else, so we change it, we optimize it. So I think the kind of data Instagram and Facebook share, it's very much reliable, it's very much accurate. It gives you proper numbers, it gives you proper insights that how can you promote it better, how can you uh, design in a way that it can help you and your brand prosper more and it's more successful. And it is very, very, very important that you use a reputable analytic tool while using Instagram and Facebook ads. You can track engagement metrics like comments, shares. From comments and shares, you'll get to know a lot of things, a lot of consumer behavior, like I mentioned earlier. You can analyze audience demographics from targeted content. That's also there. And then you can set kind of benchmarks for yourself and your brand in to track your progress. You can set your own benchmarks and you can track it, because the kind of numbers you're getting from Insta or Facebook will really help you do that. So yeah, and then you can adapt some strategies as per the insights you're getting, and then you can accordingly update your social media content, and you might have to tweak it also. So definitely you can rely on that. This is the way you can definitely rely, and it'll be good for your brand. You still need to be, I think you're still on mute.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The next
yeah.
question is from Asha.
Mhm.
She wants to know how can we create a brand name under service industry, and how can we reach the brand to our end consumer? This seems to be very broad-based question,
Very.
but you can answer as per your convenience. Yes.
Yeah. So if you are a service-based brand, how can if I'm not wrong, the question is how can you name a service-based brand, right? Yeah. So sorry, you're still mute. Well, it's okay. I get it. So when you have a service-based brand, what matters, what is most important is what kind of service you're providing. Try and keep a name which defines the kind of service you're going to provide, which has something which will tell people that this is the kind of service they're going to get if they come to your brand. For example, if you have different type of services, you can so the basic thing is you have to have a name which defines the nature of your brand. And don't be too fancy, don't be too complicated. Try and keep it simple. Brainstorm in relevant keywords which connect with the nature of your brand. Maybe you can combine some unique names. Maybe it can be a fusion. But again, be very sure that which is the area, what is the region that you're going to promote it to. Because if it's a hardcore, some particular language brand, and the area you're going to promote it is not of that language, then your brand will, fail. So you have to have that kind of understanding that, like I said, your brand values, the USPs, and your target audience are the main three things that will help you to set a lot of things. And these things will also help you to name your brand. Because without these understandings, you won't be able to understand that what kind of name you will be able to connect with the audience. So again, back to your question, that keep a name which defines your service. Keep it simple. Don't make it too difficult for people to pronounce it. These days, I see some brands, they are so fancy. They'll come up with such a fancy name that for a consumer, it gets so difficult to pronounce it even. They don't even know that they're pronouncing it right or not. So what happens is, when you, as a consumer, when you don't know that you're pronouncing it right or not, you will hesitate in talking about it in public because you don't want people to make fun of you. You're not confident about the brand. So you will not take the name. So what is happening? It will hamper your brand because people will not take its name because it's difficult to pronounce. So you have to be sure that it is simple to pronounce, it's easier to pronounce, it's easier to connect, and it defines your brand. I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the second part of the question? What was it?
The second part was how to make it reach to the consumer.
Okay. Like I said, first, yeah, but it's okay. Like I said, that first part, when you have the name of the brand, and when you know that, okay, when you keep the name, half of the things will be sorted by then only. Once you keep the name, you will understand the target audience you are going to connect with, the values, the USPs. I think half of the work will be done while keeping the name of the brand. And half of the things is you are going to promote it. Like I said, that since it's a service brand, make sure that you're listed on the websites which are related to that field. If you are a makeup artist or a hairstylist or a photographer, make sure that you are being listed on the websites where all these people are being registered. Make sure that you have a very good LinkedIn profile. And if you attend any events, like if you are going there, if you're a psychologist, or if you are a consultant or somebody like that, make sure that you have a good active YouTube profile where you put in your videos, on Instagram also, where you put in your videos where you're talking, and you're basically your customer will get to know that this is the kind of service you're providing. So mixture of all of these will really help you. But for service brand, make sure that you have a good LinkedIn profile, and definitely an Instagram and a Facebook profile. And after this, if you see a gradual growth, or you are going the way for a website, you can also try for good SEO. That might also help you. SEO, for example, if you're a good psychologist or you are a consultant, somebody, if tomorrow wants to look for a consultant for the business, they're going to go on Google and they type best consultant for particular this thing. Your name should be in the first 10 searches. So for that, you need SEO, and like I said, LinkedIn, and I think you'll be sorted. But make sure that you are organized in a way that you take one step at a time and just don't go all in, because that will create a lot of confusion in your head also and your communication also. So make sure that you go phases by phases and not just all in. Yeah, I think that will answer my question.
Yeah, ma'am. I had a small doubt. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, it was a great session. Thank you so much. Ma'am, I've just two questions. One is
Yes.
about, like, you were telling about multiple social media platforms which we need to use, right? So do you suggest, like, initially when we're starting our own consultancy services, should we focus on multiple platforms or should we focus on one? Along with that, the other couple of, one more query which we had was about, initially when we're starting our consultancy services, how do you think we can get more clients? On what basis? Like, for example, if somebody should approach my own consulting services, how can I approach my clients? And just one more question, just clubbing what other people have asked together. Like, for example, if I'm a consultancy organization, if I want to diversify the things which I want to do, for example, most of the consultancy is a seasonal based, right? For example, a coaching service, it's basically seasonal based. So do you think that while I diversify, will it be a good choice where I can, will it affect my entire brand name or my entire reputation or to get more clients? And the last thing is about, should we have an editor like separately who focus more in terms of editing or for social media management? Should we spend more amount or more kind of R&D expenses for it?
See, first I'm going to just answer this last part, and then I'm going to explain everything. It is very important when you start any kind of business, any kind of brand, make sure that you have someone or somebody around you who is good with marketing skills, who's good with all these platforms. Because what happens as a brand owner, you know what's best for your brand in terms of providing the service or providing the experience to the client, to the consumer. But marketing, it looks very simple, and most of the things are available, everywhere. The kind of tools we use, the kind of platforms we use, it's available right there. So people think that it's because it's visible, it's very easy to use, but that's not the case. You have to have somebody who's good with marketing, who's good with promoting things. Okay, first part. Second thing, if you want to start a consulting firm, definitely I would suggest that make a very, very good, powerful and clean LinkedIn profile. It is very important. And definitely Instagram and Facebook will help. But Instagram and Facebook, they're like your display window. They will always, that will be a display window for your product. So no matter what you do, no matter whatever you're doing, if you're in business, you have to be there, because that is going to be your window where every day you can put in things, and which is not possible on a website. Every day you can put updates, you can tell your consumer that, okay, these are the consulting services we are offering. So today, maybe you're offering 10 services. Tomorrow, you might offer 11. So that will be very difficult to keep updating on your website. But it's very easy to update people and inform people through Instagram and Facebook. So definitely Instagram, Facebook is important, but consulting needs a very good profiling on LinkedIn. And how can you get more clients for that? Again, through LinkedIn marketing. There's a lot of serious clients available through LinkedIn marketing. And again, for clients, you can promote yourself on through Reels. Reels is a very, very good and effective way to reach to your audience, to your consumer. It reaches very fast. Use some shareable content so that your product, your name can be can reach out to maximum people, and then you can get more clients. And but LinkedIn marketing will be very, very helpful for you. And Twitter also can be good. Sorry, X now. That can also be good, but X usually helps you more in creating a brand profile rather than anything else. X is usually used to to give a brand statement rather than getting any clients, or it's not useful in any other way if it's maybe for certain brands, but definitely for not consulting. And YouTube can be a very, very good option. You can promote yourself, you can put videos of yourself by giving tips, and by making videos on how you consult clients and what are your USPs, what difference you can create for your client, basically. So mixture of all these things can definitely get you more clientele, more not more, but a good brand image. So yeah, I think was this the question, or there's something else left which I haven't answered in the question, because the question was very long.
Yeah, there are I think 2 more questions. A person.
Yeah.
Hand. We have unmuted her, I think.
Ma'am, so the thing is, one of my question is that you spoke about how important is having a clean LinkedIn. So I just wanted if you have any examples of, or you're aware of any profiles which we can take inspiration from, like some brands or some consultancy services who have like clean LinkedIn, and you would recommend us to take inspiration from them, so that we can implement in our brands. And one more thing is that, ma'am, I have been like couple of videos on YouTube and on the internet basically that usually if you have your business, you maintain two different social media accounts. One account where you buy advertisements, like so in Instagram, let us say for example, you have two accounts. One account you put content, let it get organic reach. The other account you run ads, paid ads. So that's how, they say that is one recommendation. I wanted your thoughts on that and examples on profiles which you would recommend for us to take inspiration from to implement on our brands. That's all.
Okay, okay. So first of all, for the inspiration thing, you can check out Microsoft. And no, there are a lot of people. See, what you should do is, if you want to see how a clean LinkedIn profile is made, just go for the bigger companies, CEOs, and try like Microsoft. You can pick anyone from Microsoft, or there are a lot of other companies like IBM. They're very active on Instagram, or sorry, on LinkedIn, and their profiles are very active, very, very active. Some of them like post thrice a day even, and they post meaningful content, which helps people. There are a lot of people, and through these people's profiles, you'll get to see a lot of people who are just there as consultants and who are just providing services. So try and see, check out these people's profiles. And you were saying that two accounts on Instagram. Well, Instagram having two accounts, I don't think so. That will be a very good idea. Just try to have one account. Multiple accounts will create confusions. There's a lot of times I've seen with brands, like sometimes some brand comes to us and they
Ma'am,
have
like,
multiple accounts. Yeah.
When I meant two accounts, so let me specify more clearly about it, ma'am. So what the
Okay.
recommendation is that one account with your company brand, the other account let it be as a personal profile or your experience building the company, something like that. So the content should revolve around that, and your company account should be running the paid advertisements targeted, like if you are selling full stack services, like our company also provides full stack services for people for entrepreneurs who are into who want to build business, technical business, but don't have skills, so they can approach us. So we provide that services. So what we can do is we can run paid targeted ads using our company's account, and in my personal account build a brand that how sharing my experience, how this experience is of building a company. So that's the recommendation they gave. I just wanted your thoughts on it. And ma'am, for the examples thing, I was thinking that if there is any brand which is like in a smaller scale, like you recommended as Microsoft and all, yes indeed, but what I think is that they have a lot of resources and they have spent a lot and they've thought a lot about it. Yeah, definitely we can take inspiration from that. But is there any smaller brand which we could relate and like, okay, oh, this is something which I can do with the same amount of resources I also have, something like that I'm trying to know, ma'am.
See,
That's all.
right now, honestly, I'm not able. There's no brand,
Sure, ma'am.
there's no
I understand.
profile which is
I
coming
get
right
it. True,
in my
ma'am. Yeah.
head. But definitely, I can send some later, some good
Yes, sure,
profiles
ma'am.
and links
Sure.
later. I'll
Yes,
share that
we'll
maybe
integrate
in
it. Yes.
yeah, maybe I'll add on into your PPT, and the PPT I've shared, I'll add on these names to that PPT. I'll add some more good examples in the PPT where you all can get a good idea that what are the good brands that you can look for and get inspired with. See, I have worked with multiple brands. I have worked with brands which had multiple branches, like Muthoot, for example. They had like multiple branches of brand of different genres. Actually, if you've heard of Muthoot, it's a brand
Is it the
based.
finance?
Yes. So they see, the finance part, but they also have resorts.
Oh,
So that's
I
what I
see.
was telling. Yeah.
I
So
get
they
it. Yeah.
also have So they also have resorts. They're into property also. So I have. So what happens is back to your question, that people have suggested you that you should have one account for showing your brand and one account for your personal journey, right? This is what you were
Yes.
saying.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
I mean, yes, you can have that. You can promote it like that, but make sure that when you have your brand account and your separate account, make sure that the separate account is more personal. It's more about you. You as in, I'm sorry, your name.
Satvik, ma'am. Satvik Narayan.
Swatik. Okay, so Swatik, the second account should be of Swatik, with your
Satvik.
name, not
Yes,
Satvik.
yes.
Sorry. So
Yes,
the
ma'am.
second account should be Satvik and not about the brand directly. It should be like your take on your brand, your take on the journey of your brand, but don't get it, too mingled. Don't mingle the two accounts in a way that it gets confusing for the consumer. See,
Yes, ma'am.
understand one part, that a consumer has no time today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So today the consumer is very impatient. Consumer is very stressed. They are very, they are in today's times, consumer have this behavior where they just want quick solutions and they don't have time to understand things, sit, and they don't want to give too much of time. They'll be like, I don't have time for this stress. Okay, let's move on to some other thing. So try and make out things as easy, as simple as possible. When you have two accounts, yes, you can go with two accounts, but make sure that one is purely brand oriented. You don't talk about anything personal, anything your take. You, even if your video is there, make sure that your brand is your hero on that account.
Yes.
Right? Everything, every communication you are going through that account is keeping the brand in the focus and not
Yes.
you or anybody else. You all will be the supportive people on the brand page, but on your account, you are the hero. Maybe
Yes,
you can, on your profile, you can talk about numbers, you can talk about news facts, experiences, how your journey has been, about your corporate life, and more random things that you can talk about, because you will be the hero of your personal account. So everything that comes out of you should be it should be, you should be the center of it, and everything is coming through you. But on the other page, the brand should be the hero. No other person, nobody should be the hero. Everything should be brand centric. In this way, if you're able to differentiate these two, and yes, of course, one more thing, that make sure the name of the handle, the profile, should not be the same. Don't keep the same names, right? Not even like, for example, if your brand name is maybe anything, dreams or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So it should be like unlimited dreams is the name of your product, of your brand. So
Yes.
one is unlimited dreams, the other one should not be unlimited dreams by Satvik.
I
You
get it.
understand?
Okay. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, got it.
So you should not have these two. And
Yeah, Popul, I think
Ma'am,
we are by a very more than 15 minutes. So,
okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So sorry. Yeah, Satvik, I hope it helped.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Ma'am, the only, if you don't mind, ma'am, just a second, I'll take, ma'am. So the thing is, the reasoning which they give behind this two account thing is that if you start paying Instagram or other social media platforms, try to cut off your reach. It seems like from a logical perspective, I was like, okay, this makes sense. But do you think it actually works? Is what I was thinking, because maybe when you're brand building, I think you must have encountered something similar to this, like when a company is spending.
It will only cut out your reach if they both have the same name and you're kind of putting the same things. I mean, if you have a different identity to both the pages, and you are you are creating, like I was telling you earlier, that you have created a very different identity for one and the very different identity for two, it definitely won't cut out your reach. In no way it won't. So you don't have
My
to.
thing was, if I buy paid ads,
Yeah.
will it cut my
Satvik,
organic reach?
Satvik, I'll clarify that for you. That
Yes.
it always helps if you consolidate all your whatever your likes, your reach into one account instead of multiple accounts. because after
Yeah.
a period of time, the suggestions of your content will happen based on the popularity of the content, which includes both your paid and organic reach. So it's always better to have a single account rather than two accounts. The reason people separate the account for advertising is that if you're not following the advertising guidelines, that account is going to be blocked. So, which is the reason why people use a different account in case they know that they will be intentionally not following the guidelines and they risk a ban there.
Yeah, because it really hampers the algorithm.
Yeah.
It will.
Yes, Ankur, do you want to make some more points before we move on?
Yes, with thank you, Popul, and with the permission of chair, I'd just like to add a few points for the benefit of everyone. One is it's not necessary to be on all the platforms. Choose the platforms based on the demographics and your kind of service or a product that you have. Like, for example, Popul mentioned LinkedIn or Instagram or Facebook. It's okay that you're not on all of them. And the reason being that no matter on what platform you are, it's important to be active. And active doesn't mean just posting content, but you need to be actively engaging with the audience, responding to the questions that they might have, the messages that people are sending, because social media is a double-edged sword. The moment you are in public, if you are not being actively engaging and responding to your audience, you're actually creating a negative impact. The second thing is that, especially for audiences which are, in terms of service, it's important that you have a Google company page as well, wherein people will leave you reviews. They will post photos of the services that they have availed. Um, this is whether it is an F&B setup or it is something like, say, physiotherapy, consultancy. So your Google company page becomes quite important there. And it's also important that you claim it so that you can maintain the correct addresses, the latest contact details, your latest opening hours, and list down your services, your range of offerings that are there as well. The third thing is that people have always been, I mean, there were few questions regarding competitions and stuff. Meta Studio has tools wherein you can actually identify similar businesses as yours and do a comparison in terms of what kind of posts they're doing, how often they're posting, what is the reach, what is your reach. There are also tools available such as Social Blade, which you can utilize to see. The best way to do is identify 5 top brands in your offering and see what they are doing. So that will give you a good idea of how to proceed forward as a starting point. And when you're starting, it's okay if you do not have a professional, because there are a lot of tools which are available these days. For content, you have ChatGPT, you can do the entire content planning there. You have Canva for generating your graphics in bulk. You have AI audio and video publishing. And then you have tools like Buffer, which can help posting across multiple platforms based on the schedule that you have selected. However, once you grow, please make sure that you utilize professional services, because again, the postings that you do have to be aligned with a proper marketing strategy. So just wanted to add this for the benefit of everyone. And once again, thank you, Popul, for a wonderful presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you, Uncle, for adding such good points also.
Thank you, Popul and Ankur. Together, I think made a difference to our students, so that they've learned a lot more about brand and social media marketing. There are a few more questions. I suggest the students to email it to us. We will forward it to Popul or Ankur and get the answers for you. So
Would love to do that.
Yeah, as our next speaker has been waiting, we move
Thank
on to
you.
the speaker. Thank you, Popul. Thank you, Ankur.
Thank you so much.
So we have another brilliant speaker lined up for the next session about costing and pricing. The next session is about costing and pricing your product. Ketki Basu has been with us for a very, very long time. Welcome to Manthan, Ketki. So yeah, Ketki has been speaking on this platform for more than, I think, 6-7 years. And she's a Manthan veteran. Ketki is a registered valuer, independent director, and a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. She's done her specialization in finance strategy from Open University Business School of United Kingdom. She has 3 decades of experience in accounting, management, consultancy, and training. And she's the independent director of Raichur Power Corporation of India, which is a joint venture with BHEL and KPCL. She's also a principal consultant of Kirki Basu Associates, a Bangalore-based firm that deals with financial strategy, product costing, business planning, and valuations other than financial support function. She is also a finance committee member of Public Health Foundation of India, which is a part of Government of India, and Melinda Bill Gates Foundation is a part of that foundation. So welcome, Kirki, and over to you for the session. Thank you.
Thanks, Shubha. And so today I talk for the next half an hour or so about costing and pricing. My request is, since it's online, I would prefer that you stop me if needed, if you have any questions, so that we can make this as interactive as possible. So, two key words when I get into about costing and pricing is buy and sell. And can anybody tell me why are they connected? Why is buy and sell connected? Anybody?
Students, you can put the answers in the chat box. We can read it out to Kirki. The answers, Kirki, are marketing and profit.
Okay, that would come on the sell part. What about the buy?
Supply demand is the answer from Vivek Gowda.
Okay, just let me make it a little more different. Cost versus price. One, when we come to buy, it is basically the cost. Cost to make or cost to buy. And then to that is finally what we sell. And for the sell, we have a price. Does this make sense?
We have not got any answers yet.
Okay, so moving on from here, let me first address costing. After that, I'll get into the price part of it. Now, when we talk about cost, basically when we talk about a business can be categorized into either a product or a service. So do you know the difference between a product and a service? A product would be something that is more tangible, something that you can see, you can feel. It can be anything like, for instance, water bottles to laptops to furniture. And service can be from house cleaning to accounting services to makeup artist. This would be a service. Now, when we say product, when we talk about product and service, the cost in terms of product and cost in terms of services are slightly different. For instance, if we look at product, we could be making the product. So if you're making the product, we need the material to make the product. And not only the material to be made into something which you can sell would require people to do it. Once it is made, then there would be something called a transportation cost, electricity, the infrastructure, the overhead costs for it to be made into a product, because only material and people will not be able to produce what you need to produce. You need space. You need some kind of transport to bring the material also in, as well as when you have a space, there are other costs connected to space. For instance, you need a place to sit. Today, you need a computer. You need electricity. You need water supply. You need someone to clean the place. So these would be basically additional costs till you produce something. And when we also see, when we have products, there are aspects you should look at. Now, suppose these are questions I want you to answer. Suppose you are producing, let's say, a burger. For a burger, you need a bun. And let's say you make the filling. But for that bun, suppose you have a bun and you, while producing the finished product, it is somehow damaged. It could fall from your hand. It could be cut in a wrong way. What happens to this material that has got wasted? In terms of the product cost, what happens to this waste of material? Can anybody tell me, please? What happens to this waste of material? What is the cost of this waste of material? Instead of using one bun to produce one burger, I ultimately use 2 buns to produce one burger. So what happens to that extra bun cost?
So far, we have not got any answers.
Am I going too fast? Is it that you
Yeah, there's
are not able to follow?
No. It's marginal cost. It is added with the total cost. Another answer, the extra one will be used further. Third, another says cost will increase. Says Shivkumar. And another answer is by Sumesh Gupta, cost will increase indirectly.
Correct. So not necessary. It's not an indirect cost. It's not a marginal cost. What will happen is, if I have used 2 buns to produce one burger, I have to recover the cost of those 2 buns from my customer, from my final selling price. Now, if I'm producing 50 burgers in a day, I may not require 100 buns. I'm not assuming that every bun gets spoiled. But for 50 burgers, I may use 55 buns. Maybe in a day, I waste about 5. And this is something I need to track in my business as I go along, whether I'm wasting 5 a day, whether I'm wasting 2 to every 50, whether I'm wasting 5 to every 50, or is that 5 becoming some days 15, some days 20? So I need to find out that. Now, if consistently I waste about 2 to 5 buns when I make 50 burgers, then that is what is called a normal wastage. And if I know that I waste about 5 buns a day, the cost of 5 buns should be apportioned to the cost of my 50 burgers. So it has to get absorbed in that. It has to get charged to the customer. So the customer actually doesn't pay for 1 bun, but pays for 1 plus something more. And if, for instance, that 5 in one particular day becomes 15, then it's not a normal waste. And if it is not a normal waste, that is something I may or may not be able to recover it from the customer, because I cannot go on changing my price every day, but something I need to investigate to find out why it went up so high and try to reduce it to my normal wastage level. Now, the next question I want to ask you, if you don't have any questions, is that is purchase and consumption the same thing? Is purchase and consumption the same thing?
Yeah, the answer is no.
Why? Just explain it to me without any accounting language. Just explain it to me. Sulochana, can you tell me what is the difference between purchase and consumption? Sulochana, I think, raised her hand.
See, maybe they are all muted. Just a minute, we'll see.
Yeah.
Person who's raised the hand.
or if someone has put it in the chat box.
Somebody has said that sometimes purchase do not necessarily consume the product. Those who purchase do not consume the product. Sometimes you purchase and sell also, that's trading. And purchase can be for resale and consumption for own purpose. Amount of quantity purchased, whole cannot be consumed. I don't know whether the answer.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, we've got many answers more than what we are addressing here. So basically what we mean by purchase, like someone has said, that purchase and consumption will be equal if I purchased exact amount to use, which is absolutely correct. So in other words, I'm able to estimate that for 50 burgers, I will use only 50 buns and there'll be no wastage, or I will use 55 and 5 will be wasted. But at the end of the day, all my 50 buns are used. In such cases, purchase is equal to my consumption. But suppose I buy 60 buns and I use only 50, then I still have 10 buns left. So in that case, my consumption, the usage is nothing but consumption. My purchase is higher, my usage or consumption is lower. The usage is lower because I still have some material left, and that is that extra material which forms my closing stock or my closing inventory for the day, and which is going to be there for me when I stretch my business to the next day. I still have 10 buns, and if I need 50, I can buy only 40, or I can buy 50 and keep again 10 at the end of the day. So does this make sense? That is, the unused material is basically the extra material, which is the closing stock or the closing inventory. Do you have questions up to this?
They say they have understood that.
Okay.
I said they have understood.
So can I continue? Okay. So when we come to service, there is one difference here. There is no material. Now, before I go into service, I think someone mentioned that we can also purchase directly to sell. Now, that is when we buy a finished product, which we're directly selling. That is called trading, where I am not going to do anything extra to the material that I buy, but I'm going to sell it as it is so I buy it cheap and sell it for a higher price. So I don't do anything additional to it. I don't have any labor cost. I don't have any costs added to it except the cost in which I am operating this business. So I just buy the material as it is and sell it off. So that is nothing but trading. But when I come to service, in service, there is no material. So example of a service would be an accounting service, a consultancy service. Here,
Kirti, sorry to interrupt. There's somebody's commented is the voice is breaking.
My voice is breaking. Yeah, is it clear now?
It is clear here, yes.
Okay. So, so basically in case of service, what happens is there is no material. Here, it is more the people who are doing the work to deliver that service. So it is here, depending on the kind of service that is being offered, it either could be a laborious service. An example could be example of a laborious service would probably be maybe like a transportation business would be where a person's time is used, labor is used, and somewhere where person's intellect is used, which is like an accounting service or a consultancy service. So here, the main cost here is manpower or salary cost. And again, you have the other costs for running the space, whatever. costs are related to it. Now, examples of your accounting of services here are, you can have accounting, you can have a coaching institute, you can have like a Zomato or a Swiggy, which is just doing a delivery, you can have house cleaning, and so on. E-commerce. Now, is e-commerce a product or a service? What would you say? What is e-commerce? It could be a product or a service. It's basically trading of goods and services, which we do it through the internet. And e-commerce business has become more prevalent and more popular since the COVID times, when people were restricted and could not go out to the shops to buy, and it has become quite popular since then. So there are other common costs that I was talking about, where you need an office to run it. So when I have a factory, I have two kinds of people. When I'm producing something, I have two kinds of people working. One is the kind of people who are actually making the product that I'm going to sell. And there is you who's running the business, who's looking into the administration, looking into the IT, looking into the accounting, who's also needs to be paid. So here, the salaries need to get segregated. Here, the people who are running, who are actually making the product, are the people whose salaries are often referred to as the labor cost. And the ones that are in the office and who's like the CEO, the accounting staff, the IT people, the HR, these people's salary is part of common costs, because you may have more than one product. And if you have more than one product, the people who are producing each of the products, their costs get added to the product cost. But CXO and people in the office, their salaries get apportioned to all the products that are there in the business. So it's like a common cost. Similarly, with your rent, electricity, transport, travel, housekeeping, all these kind of expenses are common costs. Now, once you have these costs, there are some other costs which are a one-time cost. They are not costs that come on a regular basis, but costs that are incurred once in a while. For instance, you need computers. Today, we have stopped writing down each entry in a book. We don't maintain accounts. We don't maintain a cash book in a book form anymore. We have softwares for that. We need a computer for that. Then in the office, you need furniture for people to sit. Some kinds of businesses will also require vehicles. Your product may also be some kind that requires a machine to be used to create it. So basically what needs is, this cost is a cost that does not get utilized in 1 year, but the value of this cost, or the value of the one-time cost, is felt over several years. So the problem is, if we buy a computer and we say we charge that cost to a customer in 1 year, then your cost of your product in a year will be very high. And the next year, if you don't buy a computer, it becomes very low. So what we do is, we take, say, a computer, and you assess how long a computer is going to, how long the life of the computer will be. 3 years, 4 years that you're going to use it. And let's say you spend 40,000 in buying the computer, and you feel that it's going to last for 4 years, then you apportion only 1/4 of the cost over 4 years. That way it is uniformly distributed to the cost of the product. So when we look at what is total cost, a total cost in case of a product will have your material cost, it will have your labor cost, it will have the transportation costs, factory related costs, that is wherever this product is getting made. Then the common costs that we spoke about, that is the office, the housekeeping, the IT services, the administrative salaries, and that 1/4 of the one-time cost, or 1/5 or 1/10 of a cost that is needed. If we add all these things together, we get the total cost of the product that you plan to sell. Now, if you sell it at cost, then there's no point in being in business at all. Because why are you doing this business? You're doing this business to earn something additional. So it is necessary that you price the product more than your cost. So the price at which you sell the product is something more than the cost. But how do you determine the price of one product? The price of one product will be basically an average price of the number of products that are produced during that period. Whether you sell it or you don't sell it, the total cost has to be divided between the number that is produced during that period. Do you have any questions till now?
Questions, so you can proceed now.
Okay, now we come to the question of pricing. Now, pricing, there are various strategies. We just discussed a few of them. Now, how do you set a price to your product or service? And what is important? Now, one is you need to have a price whereby your customer is convinced to buy your product. So there has to be, you have to fix a price. So let's say your price is something, your product is something that is very common, which there is a lot of competition in the market. So now if there is a lot of competition, if you want to bring customers to buy from you, you need to create a price whereby you can convince the customer to pick up your product. But when you create that product price, the price should also reflect what you're giving to the customer. As my previous speaker said, the customer is fussy. So the customer wants to see that they get value for the money that they put in to get that particular product. And the customer should finally have confidence in the product or the service that is being offered by you. So now I'll touch upon a few important pricing strategies. The first one being penetration pricing. I suppose you are coming up with a product or a service for which there are plenty of people who are offering or that service, or there are many such products in the market. Now, one of these strategies of getting customers is to offer it at a lower price. Now, when you say lower price, you could look at a price where a little lower than your competitor. That is one way you could look at pricing, so that the customer who's buying something looks at, oh, there is something similar, but at a lower price. So they may look at exploring your price, at looking at your product or service. The other one is a premium pricing. Now, a premium pricing is when you're dealing with a premium product. You are not looking at everybody in the market to sell. Everybody is not your customer. You're just looking at a few people, and your price of your product is very, very high. but people will buy your product because they want that product and they're willing to pay much for it. That is premium pricing. Price skimming is when you're, say, a first player. There is nobody else in the market. The product that you've launched or the service that you've launched, there is no competition so far. So what you do is you price it very high. But as competition builds in, you start reducing the price. This is very common among technology because also technology starts to get obsolete very fast. So price skimming is very common thing. The other one is psychological pricing. You go $499 as against $500, or buy one get one free. Instead of saying this is available for half the price. If you say you take two for the price of one, it's a psychological pricing. The other one is the bundle pricing. Bundle pricing is usually used when you want to discontinue a product or a product has reached the end of its life cycle. So I am selling a talcum powder, but with it, I bundle a soap, which is not so popular. So if you buy this talcum powder, you get the soap free. That is bundle pricing. Geographical pricing is when you have different pricing, different parts. Let's say you take India, for instance, where we have states have different taxes on products and services. So as a result of which, the price changes as you move from one place to another for the same product or the same service. Captive pricing is, an example of a captive pricing would be, say you develop an app, and that app, to enhance it or to get something more features for that particular product or that service, customers necessarily have to come back to you. So you have a bunch of customers and they become your dedicated customers because for everything they need to come back to you. So that is captive pricing. The cost plus pricing is when you know your cost, you just add something more to it and you create a price where you're looking at the minimum rate at which you're trying to launch your product. Freemium pricing is, again, a good example of freemium would be with an app where you, let's say you have developed an app which is taking care of your health parameters and it's got only the basic features in it. And you get the customer attracted to that particular app and it comes free. But if they want something more and which is very tempting to them, then they start paying for it. I saw someone had raised their hand. Is there some question? Or should I continue? Okay. So here, we are coming back to the beginning, that is between cost to buy and price to sell. So once we've got the cost of each product or service. To that, I need to add what is called a profit to come to my selling price. So while we have all these various pricings, you need to know your cost to determine your price, so that you can sell it for something more than what and you're recovering all the costs that you have incurred. So now, how do I fix the profit margin? So you can go with any of those strategies of pricing, that's also possible. But if you're going for a cost plus, let's say you come to a cost plus or you're just getting into the market of penetration pricing. So you will necessarily have to recover your costs. So when your cost is equal to your selling price, there is no profit. And at that stage, what we call is what is referred to as the break-even point. So that is the minimum amount you have to recover. But anything you sell at higher than this price is a profit to the company, a profit to the business. Do you have any questions now?
Yeah, we have one question, Ketki. Can you
Yeah.
hear?
Yeah.
Shambhavi Sinha wants to know, for water filters, geographical costing can be applied.
Yeah, it can, because what happens is any material which is used there, today we have what is called goods and services tax. And goods and services tax is quite complex, the GST. And it also depends on where you're selling, where you're buying from. If your product, you're buying it from a different place, different geography, the cost to buy will be very different. Selling to a different geography also, it will vary, because the state taxes and the central taxes keep on varying. And also from product to product, your cost will vary, because sometimes the state also, then yes, of course, and also the labor cost will also change from state to state and place to place. Ajay? Shubha, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm muted. No, Ajay, go ahead, ask your question.
Ajay, you have to unmute yourself.
I think we can go to the next hand.
Okay, good evening, ma'am.
Yeah, tell me. Please unmute yourself. Again, you're muted.
Okay, good evening, ma'am.
Good
My
evening.
name is Ajay. So I wanted to ask, if a product is in a development stage, like it is not into the market yet, but
Yes.
we are doing a prototyping now, and the prototyping cost is different and the manufacturing cost is different. So while encountering the prototype cost, so it will be more than a manufacturing cost, because manufacturing might get lesser because of action. But how to decide the actual cost of a product, like a price of a product, before knowing the manufacturing cost in a prototyping stage?
See, at the prototyping stage, you don't know whether your product may or may not be successful. So at that stage, it is still at the research stage. So you could, once your research is over, and then you start developing. So at that development stage, you know that, okay, this product is a sellable product. Now, if your product fails after the research, that cost is a sunk cost. You cannot recover that cost. But once you start developing it and you can sell it, it is a viable product and you can sell it. This cost that you have incurred right at the beginning, you will have to recover it over a period of time.
Okay, ma'am. Got it.
Yeah.
Good evening, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, ma'am. So, ma'am, I had a question. So, we are like, whenever we charge a particular kind of price for our own consultancy service or something like that, should we like our pricing standard should always be like reduced to our competitors, or like should it be equivalent to our competitors? Like that becomes a one kind of question, like always for us. And second thing is about we also were planning to develop on one of the products, okay? And we set up a pricing strategy of like rupees. We have to pay rupees 1 for every day, which will be equivalent to rupees 365 for 1 year. But that model failed for us. So what we did, we kept for a 3 months as a free premium period. So do you think our pricing strategy was good enough, or like can you just provide some insights for the same?
Yeah. So first question about the consultancy part of it. See, consultancy pricing will have to be dependent on time spent. So how much time do you spend on the service that you're rendering, which may not be one person's time, but it may be many people. So suppose the best way to calculate that is, if there are 5 people working on a particular service, how much do you pay them during a period? And then you have to bring that salary portion to the for the short period in which that service was rendered. Okay, so let's say the service took you only a week to render. But then in that case, there were 5 people working on it. Then you should take, maybe if there are 4 weeks in the month, 1/4 of their salary is to be part of the cost of that service. So did you recover that? That is one way of looking at it. Don't only look at the competitor, because you don't know how much the competitor is paying as a salary. Your salary cost may be higher or lower than your competitor. I mean, if you can offer it at a lower cost than your competitor and still recover, fair enough, you can offer that. But it doesn't always, in case of service, let me tell you, if you're offering it at a lower price, sometimes the client may not perceive it as good quality service also. So think about that aspect as well.
Okay, sure. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And as you had a second question, that is that 1 rupee thing.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that I don't know whether you worked out the cost for that. You need to look at the cost, because if
Okay.
it did fail and you didn't recover the money, obviously there were some costs which you didn't need.
Okay, all right. Ma'am, also, is it a message that in case if our product is not being sold in the market on our price, is it a message that we have to shut down our business? Because if that much sales are not coming out,
Price may not be the only reason why your product fails in the market.
Okay.
Certainly not. There are many, many factors, and that's why we're having so many sessions. So it is not, price is not the only factor why a product can fail.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Ansil, will you unmute yourself?
Good evening, ma'am.
Yeah,
My question is that apart from all production cost, what proportion or ratio that we need to follow for adding rent, salary, and other these kind of expenses in our product prior to finalization of the product cost for market?
Okay, so let's put it again the same way. Suppose you have rent, electricity, etc., which you can calculate as a cost for a month. So if you take it for a month, in 1 month, how many did you produce your product?
Okay.
So if you know that figure, you divide that, you apportion this cost to that number of products, which will give you a kind of an idea of how much you're incurring.
Okay. Suppose if you are producing 100 number of units and our rent and these kind of cost is around 1 lakh rupees per month, so we can divide 100 by 1 lakh.
Yes,
Whatever comes out, we can add to the product cost.
Yes.
Okay.
But you must make sure to monitor this right at the beginning to see whether your costs are going up in a month or your production is dropping or not. Then you won't be able to recover.
Got it, ma'am. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Ansil?
Good evening, ma'am. Like,
I
have a question like, we have developed a unique product. My question is like, should we provide like, should we keep costings initially or after some time, like, let customers be addicted to our product, and after some time, should we keep the costing?
No, I didn't understand your question. Do you want to offer it free and then start pricing it, or what is it?
Yeah, like Spotify. What it is like, it provided free music. After that, it provided like it kept ads for that.
Yeah, that is kind of a marketing strategy where you're spending more on marketing to understand who's your customer, who should you sell to. That's not a bad idea. And then you can start pricing. Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
That's a cost you have to absorb.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that answer, Ketki, that want to price your product for free, you need sufficient capital so that you can offer that product for free for a long time. Capitalization is important if you want to offer discounts and other things to customers. Okay, we have one more question, Ketki. It is about what is preliminary expense and when it is added to the cost sheet.
Okay, so preliminary expenses are expenses that are incurred before you even set up your organization, and costs that are incurred before. So these, again, just like your research costs or development costs, you will have to recover it over a period of time. It will have to be recovered like a common cost, but it will be over a period of time. You will not be able to recover it immediately, but as your business picks up over some time, depending on how fast your business picks up, you will be able to recover it.
Okay, the next question is, at starting stage of startup, while launching it, should we stick with one SKU or can we introduce more SKUs?
Depends. See, ideally it would be one is better, but if you have more than one where the second product is also very similar allied product and it makes sense to have more than one, yes, why not? But if you focus on too many products and you don't know which one is going to launch finally, then it's a little bit of a waste of energy also.
Okay. The
Difficult.
final question is, during prototype development, how to approximate the final product price with all,
It's difficult.
which
That
all we need to consider during doing so?
Yeah. So this is the question I answered for someone just before. So it's very difficult at this stage because at the prototype stage, you're not even sure whether your product is going to be launched or it is going to be acceptable in the market or not. So it's very difficult to fix a price at that time because at the prototype stage, your product is not even ready for the market. So there's no question of pricing at that stage. You don't even have a product.
Thank you, Madam Ketaki.
Thank you.
You've been constantly supporting Manthan from so many years, and that
Thank you. Pleasure.
support is constantly needed. And students, I mean, this session has had most number of questions, so so that's the success rate of the session. And thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
We'll definitely keep in touch for further more sessions.
Thank you. Thank you.
So going ahead, dear students, we have our director and also chartered accountant, celebrity chartered accountant, Mr. Shravan Gudathur with us, and a dear friend and also core committee member of Manthan, who's worked for so many years in building this brand Manthan for FKCCI. So Shravan's a chartered accountant and presently providing consultancy services for improving business performances, and he's also held many positions as chairman of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Bangalore branch, and also vice chairman and secretary of SICACA Bangalore, and he's elected member of FKCCI, and he's also co-opted member of Committee on Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. Like this, Mr. Shravan is constantly, he's also part of many startup community and engages with the student committee for development of entrepreneurship. So we'd like to welcome Mr. Shravan Gudathur to this Manthan Knowledge Workshop. Welcome, Shravan.
Thank you, Kirsten. Thanks a lot for the very brief and flattering introduction. I also recognize the presence of Shubha Madam and Ketaki, my colleagues in the fraternity, as well as fellow speakers of this two-day knowledge workshop. I hope I'm audible loud and clear.
Yes, you are.
Yes. So let me take this opportunity to thank FKCCI and more importantly, the whole team of Manthan, because this is the 16th year in the run-up of Manthan that we are consistently, trying to have this program as a hand-holding program for all the budding entrepreneurs. And congratulations to each and every one of you for having chosen the entrepreneurial path. I think there are 400 plus teams who have enrolled this year for Manthan 2024, and I wish each and every one of them all the very best. So having said that, let me quickly share my screen and we will start off with my session. Just give me. Hope all of you can see the screen.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Right. All right. So the session that I'm allocated with is on financial projections, primarily focusing on how to build up revenue projections and expense projections, what constitutes revenue streams, and also how to manage short-term fund requirements. It's imperative that we have the learnings from the previous two sessions. Ketaki madam has already taken us all through what it takes to arrive at the price of a product, what are all the different pricing strategies and the costing mechanism that one needs to look at, depending upon the nature of business, the idea that you have. And Shubha madam's session also would be very important for my session as a prequel, so to say, because a lot of the terminologies that Shubha madam would have taken us through yesterday would be useful for better understanding the session that we will have today for the next 45 minutes. So what we are going to look at is primarily what are financial projections and why these are important. Then we will take a deep dive into the revenue projections and expense projections, like I mentioned. And then towards the end of the session, we will talk about certain concepts like break-even, profit versus cash. Of course, briefly, this has been covered already. I will touch through this from the point of view of projections and also how to manage cash. Cash is the king of any particular business, and always there's a very pressing question about how to manage cash in the short term. So we're going to look at few of the scenarios as we proceed. First of all, to set the tone for today's session, what are financial projections? As the name itself says, you are projecting certain numbers into the future, right? If I want to look at myself 6 months down the line, or even 1 month down the line for that matter, or even one year, or even 5 years for that matter, where will my business stand? How does it look at a certain point in the future? Right? So that is what is financial projections are all about. It is all about the future revenue. Revenue is another term for sales. Future expenses, again, direct expenses, indirect expenses. This could also involve capital expenditure, right? And then various other assets and liabilities and cash flows. So these play a very important role for us right from day one in order to understand the commercial viability of any particular business. See, you might be thinking that only big businesses need forecasts, big businesses need a detailed Excel sheet, etc. But you'll be wrong, right? So even if I am a very small, let's assume a vegetable vendor, if tomorrow is festival, then the vegetable vendor needs to forecast the higher demand for the vegetables that we'll have tomorrow. And accordingly, he has to procure more vegetables from the market for the demand tomorrow, right? So even a small business will have to forecast depending upon the circumstances. Or else, if let's assume the same example, if the vegetable vendor doesn't forecast the demand for tomorrow, which is a festival day properly, he will end up having a loss of revenue. For all you know, his stock of vegetables on his cart will be available only for a couple of hours, and for the rest of the day, he will not have sufficient inventory. On the other side, that is on the flip side, if he purchases excess vegetables, if he is unable to sell them, mind you, vegetables are perishable goods, he will have a loss. Loss is nothing but a cost of inventory. That is nothing but cash outflow. So any size of business, any kind of business, sector agnostic, irrespective of whether you are into sales of products or providing of services, some or the other kind of forecast is mandatory. So why do we need projections? So yesterday's session, we have discussed about idea validation. We have discussed about finding your product market fit. I think there were sessions which gave you some knowledge on marketing and sales tactics that one need to be abreast about to ensure their sales strategy is good. So the management of a company, that is the owner of the company, for him to take various decisions, these kind of projections of sales, projections of revenue would be very, very important. right? So if I am, let's assume, running a hotel, if I think I will be having a demand of, let's assume, 500 masala dosas on a daily basis, I will have to ensure that I procure raw materials in relation to so many masala dosas that I'm supposed to sell, isn't it? Whatever is the business, you need to visualize the future, and for making the necessary decisions, financial projections are a must. This is the very core of a financial projections. The very purpose, or the first purpose, will always be in the hands of the management, because they need to see the future in a very clear manner. The second important reason why we need certain revenue projections and cost projections is to understand the funding requirements. So the funding requirements of an organization comes from the fact that your cash outflows for a particular period are higher than the cash inflows that you expect. So that is when there is a gap in terms of cash requirement. So when there is a cash requirement, or when you want to ramp up your production, or if you want to expand into newer geographies, there comes a question of having certain investors, and how much fund would you need? Or if you want to raise money from these structured institutions like banks or any other financial institutions, there again, you would need to understand how much money you would need to do it, how much money you need to raise, and at what cost, right? So for this purpose, you need financial projections. And if I'm the bank, for example, if you approach me for a loan, I would be interested in seeing, does your business even have the cash flow generating potential? If yes, when your business will generate the cash, let's assume 6 months from now or 1 year from now, and when will you turn profitable? Are the profits capable enough to pay the interest on the loan that I'm going to lend to you as a bank, right? You're the borrower. Do you have the potential to pay the interest on such kind of a borrowing? So from a funding angle, which is the second most important reason why revenue forecast, expense forecast, in a nutshell, financial projections are used. And of course, we will see a few more reasons as we proceed. This is very important, right? So like I was mentioning, if you really want to, let me take another example. Let's assume there are a group of friends who have decided to go to Goa, right? You know, that the never-ending plans that will always be made by the college students, which let's assume this time has turned out to be true. You really are going to Goa. So when you have plans to go there 1 week from now or 2 weeks from now, what kind of questions come to your mind? You will think about what is the mode of transportation. There are different ways to reach Goa from any part of Karnataka, isn't it? And where would you stay? There are different options. What would be, where would you eat? There are different options. So for something as simple as this, you would definitely want to get some kind of a visibility, so that you can ask your parents for a certain amount of money to cover the expenses. So if you don't understand what are the expenses involved, then you wouldn't be in a position to even contribute to this trip, or rather you might not be able to go at all, right? So similar way in a business, financial projections are very important. And at the same time, it doesn't mean that just because you project something, just because you budget a particular kind of expenditure, it doesn't mean that it will turn out to be true. Let's assume you plan to sell 100 units of your product, but maybe you would sell only 50 of them, or maybe you sell even 150 of them. It can go either ways, right? So a projection helps you by giving a bit of a clarity into the future. And it is always better to be approximately right by having some kind of projections, rather than being precisely wrong by not having any projections at all, right? I'll read this statement, very important. It is better to be approximately right rather than precisely wrong. You need to jot down and have a clear visibility into your revenues and costs. So I think enough of theory. Let's just take a case study for better understanding. So Smoggles is a manufacturer of smart goggles with various features of a smartphone with an integrated camera. Okay, let's assume this is a business plan. Somebody has come up with the intention of manufacturing smart goggles, which has got quite a few features of a smartphone, along with having a camera. So the proposed manufacturing unit to manufacture these kind of smart goggles is located in Bangalore. And Smoggles wants to start its operation on 1st of January 2023. And they need some kind of an assistance on preparation of financial projections. And they also want to get a clear understanding on what kind of expenses will be involved. Again, in the previous sessions, we have discussed about costs of production, indirect expenses, direct expenses, non-cash and cash expenses, right? So we will all put that knowledge into use in this particular case study. So as you can see on your screen, it's a very simple explanation of how to project revenues for this particular company, which is into manufacturing the product, which is a smart goggles, right? So this particular company, as you can see on the screen, apart from having the core business of selling the goggles, also has an complementary revenue stream, which is the sale of accessories. So the word that I used over here is revenue stream, right? So there can be more than one revenue stream for an organization. In this particular case study, there are two revenue streams. What are they? One is the direct sale of the goggles. The second is all the accessories that are related thereto. It could be spare parts, or it could be certain ancillary equipment that can be used along with these kind of goggles, or falls into the same line of business. So in the first year of my operations, I have estimated that I'm going to sell 1,000 units of these goggles. And on the basis of my pricing strategy that we have learned till now, I have arrived at a price, a sale per unit of 5,000 rupees for each of my product. So what is my sales expected for the calendar year 2023? It is as simple as 1,000 multiplied by 5,000 per piece, which comes to 50 lakh rupees of revenue, right? In case you have any questions, maybe you can stop me then and there, or we can also take them towards the end. And similar logic for sale of accessories, I have estimated about 250 accessories would be sold at a price of 500 rupees each. So I have a small revenue stream of 1,25,000. So totally my operating revenue, or the total revenue during the year 2023, is about 51 lakhs, right? So are we all clear about the first year's projections? I hope yes. So let's proceed with the second year projections. So what can change in the second year? So there are multiple things that can change in the second year, right? Right from the number of units that you can sell based on the size of your market, based on the customer preferences being changed, based on whatever it is. Maybe geographically you have expanded, maybe you have added more kind of features or different versions of goggles you've produced. Anything could change, right? So maybe these kind of changes can happen in the first year itself or in the subsequent years, right? So
sorry,
yes,
there's a question there. Can we add such research projections in business plan?
Yes. So I'm not sure if the business plan components session is already covered. But the idea for each one of you in the financial template is to include these projections at least for 2 years or maybe 3 years if you have a visibility based on your business, so that the person, whoever is looking into your financial plan, it could be an investor, it could be anybody, right? So they will have a clear understanding of how your business will pan out, either in terms of profits or in terms of cash flow or in terms of requirement for funding, etc. So the short answer is yes, you need to include these in your final business plan. So coming back to the projections. So in the second year, like I mentioned, there could be a change in the number of units. There could be a change in the price per unit. Maybe you have realized that 5,000 rupees per product is on a higher side, and you might want to reduce the price a bit in spite of inflation. Or it could be the other way around. Because of the inflation, you might want to increase the prices because maybe you're into such kind of a market where a slight increase in the prices is not going to move a lot of your customers to the competitors. Maybe it is a premium product, people would still want to buy from you, right? Whatever are the market dynamics, accordingly that will be shown into the projections of the second year. So in this case study, whatever is highlighted in red color on the screen are the metrics which have been changed. So in other words, I am estimating from 1,000, I will be increasing my sales by almost 50% to 1,500 units for the year 2024. And similarly, I've increased the projections for accessories by 50. Mind you, I have kept the same sales price. Again, this can be different for each businesses. In this case study, we have modified this by 20% for the accessories, while we are keeping the price per unit the same across both goggles and accessories. So can you see that the revenue in the second year has changed? And if I move on to the next slide, I have projected it into the third year now, and I have made a certain change in the price per unit, which will have a direct impact on the sales. I have increased my sales units by 76% to 2,200 units, and a similar percentage for the accessories to 410 units, whereas the price has increased by almost 20% for the sales of goggles from 5,000 to 6,000. Can you see the interplay between all these number of units being changed in a particular year, the price being changed, and obviously that will have a direct impact on the sales, needless to say, right? Let's look at certain expense projections in relation to this particular case study. Again, this is something that requires a detailed computation. But in this particular session, I'm only looking at a broad explanation for each of these headings under direct and indirect expenses. We are not jumping into how these computations are made, but I will explain to you how it is made so that for your respective business idea, you are in a position to foresee what kind of expenses your business would have, right? So the revenue is the first line, which we have taken from the previous sheet. As you can see, 51, 76, and 134. We have taken all that into the very first slide. And the idea on this particular slide is to understand and project the various expenses for your businesses. So the first one definitely is the cost of goods sold, right? So the cost of goods sold are nothing but the direct expenses. It could be all kinds of components that are required for, manufacturing these goggles in relation to whatever I have sold. Because in case I have produced extra, that is not a cost, but it will go and sit in something called as an inventory. Only when you sell, it becomes a cost against the revenue. Next is, of course, marketing and advertising costs. Again, depending upon the kind of product that you're into, it is generally a percentage of the sale value if you're in the digital media marketing. But if you're in the traditional ways of marketing, it would be a different way of identifying this particular expenditure. It could be in-house, it could be outsourced, right? Depending upon the nature of your business, you will have to capture that as well. Next is salaries. Again, you will have to see how many people realistically you would be needing to earn this revenue of 51 lakhs in the first year. And accordingly consider increase in the number of employees, consider some kind of an increment which is on par with the market expectations, which is roughly between 10 to 20% kind of an increment, right? In order to, if you want the talented people to stick on with your organizations. Of course, there are other ways to ensure your employees are remunerated in the form of ESOP, etc. But at the moment, we are not talking about that. We are talking about the cash outflow in the form of salaries in the respective years. And then, of course, there is rental of premises. Over here, it's a manufacturing entity. So definitely you will have a space that is required, for which you will have to end up spending some rental expenses. Then there is consulting, utilities, including electricity, water. Then there is transport, repairs and maintenance, etc., miscellaneous expenses. So for this business, these are the kind of expenses that are foreseen. And as you can see, there is one important line item called as interest on borrowings. How did I identify this interest on borrowings? Again, on a year-on-year basis, you will have to really see, do you need the money immediately, or do you think you are already generating sufficient cash inflows from year one itself? Generally, which is not the scenario in case of startups, right? You will be burning money in the initial months or initial years. So in such a scenario, if you are going for an external debt, you will end up paying certain interest, and that is also a cost, a finance cost. So in this way, as you can see in the first year, the net result is a net loss. 51 lakhs minus 58 lakhs of total expenses gives you about 7 lakhs of net loss. While in the second year, your expenses, I mean, since this is a case study, just to explain the concept of break even, I'm sure Ketaki must have taken you through the concept of break even. In the second year, you are breaking even. So what is the meaning? You have revenue which is equivalent to the total expenses, which is 76 lakhs each. While in the third year, you are seeing profits for the first time. So you're seeing a profit for the first time, and accordingly, you're also paying income tax for the first time, right? So in the first 2 years, you're not paying any income tax because you're actually not making any profit. So until now, we have seen this case study from a product example, right? Goggles manufacturing is an example of a product-based business, while the next example is for a services-based industry. I've taken the straightforward example of Zomato. Zomato is in the services industry. Let me first talk about the various revenue streams that a services-based industry would have. Primarily, services-based industry would have transaction-related income, generally, which is calculated on the basis of number of hours spent or the efforts involved. Let me take an example of a software manufacturing company, right? If I have to implement a particular kind of software for a company, I would see how many hours of my engineer are being spent. What are the hourly charge out rates for the engineer depending upon the experience involved? I will add my margin to it, and accordingly, I will arrive at a transaction level amount, which is nothing but the sales value for that particular kind of a software development. But apart from that transaction level revenue, you will also have another stream called as recurring revenue or subscription revenue. So in Zomato, you would see there is also a concept of subscription, like a gold subscription that you see, which is either paid on a quarterly basis or a monthly basis, which is collected from the customers, apart from the regular food delivery charges, which are transaction level, right? Even without going for a subscription-based model on Zomato, I can still order food by paying whatever are those delivery charges on a transaction-to-transaction basis. So both these fall under the services revenue. Another stream of revenue that a company like Zomato would have is the royalty income. Imagine Zomato wants to start their operations for whatever reason. Let's assume in Africa, right? So in Africa, there is a company which wants to use the brand name of Zomato. So what would Zomato say? Zomato says, okay, you can start operations in Africa in my brand name, but for using my brand name, you have to give me something called as a royalty. So that becomes an income. That is another stream of income for a company like Zomato, which we call as the royalty income, which will generally work like a certain percentage of the top line. It would be like, say, 5% of the revenue would be given to Zomato parent company as a royalty income, right? And also Zomato earns by giving space for advertisements. So that is another stream of revenue for a services company. Can also work for a goods or the product-based company also. Here I have tried to explain that as a part of a services company like Zomato, right? So these are the kind of revenue streams that are there in Zomato. So for each of your idea, you need to be in a position to identify what are the revenue streams and project for those revenue streams accordingly. Mind you, it is not necessary that all of your revenue streams will have a cash inflow from the first year itself, right? You might want to start a new vertical, a new stream from the second year, or maybe from the third year. Accordingly, that needs to be reflected in your revenue projections, which we saw in the Smoggle case study, right? Next is, are there any questions?
No, sir.
I saw somebody raise their hand, so.
Yeah.
I can take it now. I can take a question before I move on to the next topic.
Just a minute, Shravan. Yeah.
No problem.
No, there's no hand.
Oh, sure. Okay. So till now we've discussed about different kinds of revenue streams and how to project those revenues into the subsequent years. We've also discussed about how to project expenses, right? The expenses projections into the future period. Now, let us discuss a bit about managing of cash flows. I hope all of you by now, irrespective of the background you come from, I understand there are also commerce students, science students, art students who are wanting to be entrepreneurs who are a part of the session today. I think it would be a lot more easier for commerce students to understand these terms, but for the science and the other students, mind you, it is very simple to understand these terms, because this is something which is like as simple as a bread and butter for your breakfast, right? So I will try and explain the difference between the profit and the cash flow. Every business thinks that if you are making profits, then that is the ultimate goal. You are wrong. If you are making cash, positive cash, then that is the ultimate goal, right? Because profits always does not mean making cash. Why is this? Because there is something called as a timing difference. Let's assume your customer pays you only 2 months after the sale has happened. But if you have to pay for all your expenses on day one itself, then there is a cash flow mismatch. I repeat, if your customers are paying you after 2 months from the date of sale, maybe because you are offering a 60-day credit period to your customers, but if your vendors are expecting the money on day one itself, as soon as you receive the services from them, then there is a cash flow mismatch, right? While your profits, maybe you are profitable, it will show that you are making profits. But from a cash flow perspective, you might not be cash positive because of this timing difference. You are going to realize the money from your customers only after 60 days. But your cash outflows are on day one itself, right? So it is important to understand that the profits that you make are completely different from the cash inflows that you would have. So going back to the previous slide, in the third year, you have a profit of 9,05,600. So what does this mean? It obviously doesn't mean that you have 9,05,000 of money lying in your bank account because of this timing difference, right? So profit is different from cash. So how do I manage this cash flow requirement in the interim? So that is where we will have to understand each and every business's cash flow requirements in the short term, and then accordingly plan for the sources of funds. If the sources of funds, or rather the purpose of the funds, is on a short-term basis, there are certain XYZ kind of funding avenues that are available for you. But if you require these funds on a long-term basis, then there are different kinds of funding avenues that are available for you. But the intention of today's discussion is to identify, or rather, how to identify these short-term cash requirements or fund requirements. See, the cash is required in any kind of a business. Generally, let's assume the same case study that we had about smart goggles, right? You need cash to buy the raw materials. You need certain time to convert these raw materials into finished product, which is nothing but a goggle, a smart goggle. And then you need to sell by finding a customer. It is not that as soon as you finish the production, you will have a customer ready. No, there will still be a time gap between, having an inventory and selling it. And then realizing the money from the customers again will have certain time involved. So this particular cycle, which we call as the revenue cycle, or the customer to cash, right from the time you start the manufacturing process and ultimately collect the money from your customers, will take some time. So let us see a few examples, which again, on a case-to-case basis for your respective business ideas, you will have to see. So this is the first example. If you are in a business where the vendors require upfront payment, I repeat, your vendors or your consultants require upfront payment, and the customers are also expected to pay you immediately, right? In both the cases, there is no credit period, there is no time lag. You have to, if you have received a service, you pay today. If you have sold a service or sold a product, you collect today, right? Then your cash requirements are as follows. So let's assume from buying the raw materials till you actually produce the finished goods, you take 10 days, which is nothing but the manufacturing cycle. I repeat, if you take 10 days to convert your raw materials into finished goods, and if you take 5 days to sell those finished goods to the customers, totally 15 days worth of cash you need. Yes, I will repeat. Today, day one, you are buying the raw materials. That means You will not be able to buy today if you don't pay the vendor. So you need cash on day 1. But when are you going to sell? On the day 15th or the day 16th, because you need 15 days to actually sell your finished product. Only 15 days from now, you're going to get the money back from your customer. So what does that mean? Your short-term fund requirement is for 15 days. Yes. How are you going to get that funds? Depending upon the volume of transactions, depending upon the stage at which you are, you need to plan for these funds. Another example would be a case where vendors require upfront payment, but the customers are expected to pay you after a 30-day credit period. So here what happens, over and above the 15 days that we saw on the previous slide, you need another 30 days to actually collect the cash from your customers. So can anybody tell me how many days of money I need to plan for totally in this case? How many days of money do I have to plan for? Can anyone tell me?
We have a few answers. 30 days. 30.
Right. So the answer in this case is 45 days, because today I am buying the raw materials. I need money today. I need 10 days to manufacture. I need 5 days to sell. I need an additional 30 days to collect that money from the customer. So totally it is 10 plus 5 plus 30, right? So I need 45 days worth of funds with me. If I am spending something today, on day 46 only, I am going to get that money from the customers. So that means for these 45 days, I need to have a funding arrangement, right? It could be a bank, it could be any way of a funding, right? It could be your parents or your friends for that matter, if you are bootstrapped, right? It could be an angel investor. It could be anybody depending upon the stage of business you are in. Let's take another example. If you're in a business where the vendors give you 30 days time for payment. Mind you, here the vendors are also giving you time for payment, but the customers are paying upfront, right? Customers are actually paying upfront. This is typical for many businesses, like let's say restaurant business, right? In a restaurant business, maybe you buy vegetables or maybe you buy some dairy products like milk and butter and cheese, etc. On a credit basis where the vendor is giving you 30 days. But in a restaurant, obviously, you don't give credit, right? It is cash and carry. Whoever is the customer, he has to pay, buy the ticket, and then consume the food. So in such a case, how many days of credit is required? I mean, how many days of fund planning is required? 10 days to manufacture. I mean, not a restaurant business, any other business other than restaurant, which takes certain time for manufacturing, assuming 10 days you need, and you need 5 days for selling those goods. And in fact, on the 15th day, your customer is also paying you the money, while on day 1, you're not paying your vendor. When are you paying? You're paying your vendor only on the 30th day. So in this case, do you need money on day 1? The answer is no, because you have 30 days to pay to your vendors. And on day 15, your customers are actually paying you the money. And using that money on day 30, you can actually pay your vendors. So this way, you don't have to depend upon any external funding for your core business activities. Of course, you need funding for your day-to-day operational activities, like it could be rent, salaries, etc., right? All these are indirect expenses. At this moment, we are only talking about direct expenses. So the funding for direct expenses in this particular scenario, you don't need any funding because the customers are paying upfront, but the vendors are giving you certain time. So this is where we conclude this session on revenue streams and short-term funding requirements and how to identify and manage them. If there are any questions, I think, yeah, if there are any questions, we can take the questions now.
So, Shravan, we have 2 questions.
Sure.
We have unmuted one person, I don't know his name. Yes,
Sure.
please go ahead, Bala, right? Balish.
Go ahead, please.
Due to paucity of time, we'll just take 2 questions.
Sure.
First question is Balish. Please go ahead. What is the question? Photo. Okay, next question by Karthik.
Go ahead, Karthik.
Okay, I will ask Karthik's question. His
sure.
question is, assume we are getting 1 kg of organic mango for 60 rupees from in a street vendor and rupees 100 in a mall. We all know that in the high cost of mall is because of rental and GST, all those. But my question is, up to what percentage of amount we can keep? Why can't it be 300 rupees?
Well, it's all about pricing and competitiveness of a particular product and the positioning for your product, right? See, it's like drawing a parallel between, let's assume, a high-end iPhone or any other brand which is not on par with iPhone, right? So it's like it's called as the skimming pricing technique in the pricing strategy for your revenue. You want a niche kind of audience. You want a particular segment of the market to buy your product, let's say an iPhone. But there are a bunch of other phones out there in the market where the target audience are completely different. So accordingly, the pricing would change. The benefits or the features of the product would change. And accordingly, the service would change if you're in a services business. Again, drawing a parallel between having tea on a roadside cart or having a tea coffee in a 5-star hotel, it may be more or less the same tea at the end of the day, but it's all about the service, right? So depending upon where you want to place your product, depending upon your target audience, you will have to arrive at the pricing. So in your case, 100, it can be 100 for a kg of mangoes, or it can be even 300 for a superior quality of mangoes, or for whatever reason, there could be some kind of a value addition. And I, as a customer, would compare the 300 rupees per kg of mango with the competitor, and then I would buy, right? So that is something we will get the inputs on the basis of your market survey, right? So on that basis, you will have to decide.
Okay, Shravan, I will take one question.
Yeah, sure.
Can you please clear the basis of what we make revenue projections? A basis on what we make the revenue projections? Is it sector growth or increasing profit margins?
See, right. I absolutely understand the background with which this question is being asked. It becomes difficult for any person to predict or forecast the sales or the revenue, irrespective of whether you're in product or a service. So what you need to understand is, again, the learnings from the previous sessions, right? At what kind of a market you're targeting, what kind of audience you're targeting, what is the kind of product that you have, the service you have. Is it something which is a necessity or is it a luxury product? Is it required, in a particular geography or at a particular time of the year? There are multiple questions. So on that basis, you will definitely get some market information. There are market studies out there. There are, in case you are having a product or a service for which there is no such data available, you will have to work a bit towards that. You will have to try and study the market expectations, customer buying patterns. Will they buy it at this price range? Will they buy it at a different price range? You will have to gather that information from the market. Again, I don't know from which point of view or what is your business idea. Maybe we can discuss the specifics, but you will have to do a bit of research, and only that information can be used in projecting the sales. That's the answer.
Students, I see many more questions are there, but due to paucity of time, we won't be able to take it. Kindly email your questions to manthan@fkcci.in and we will get it answered from Shravan. So Shravan, thank you for such a wonderful session. There has been so many questions coming, and unfortunately we couldn't take it all. I'm sure the students have benefited in a very big way from your session. Thank you once again.
All right. Maybe if possible, I will reply on the chat box while the next session can go on.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thank you, FKCCI. Yeah.
Thank you. So students, we move on to the next session. This is about VC's expectations from business plan. This is an extremely important session because a VC is going to come and tell you what is exactly they are expecting. Tomorrow you want to pitch to a VC, raise funds, you should know what exactly they are expecting from you and how exactly they are expecting your business plan to be. So to anchor this session, we have called the industry expert, Mr. Prashant Naran, who is a chartered accountant and founder of a company, Agility Ventures. He's been in this space for a very, very long time. He's an angel investor and an author. He's founded Agility Ventures, a startup investing platform that educates and empowers first-time investors in startups. So to our students who are first-time startups, I think you are going to be the right person to speak to them about how to face a VC and how to present their business plans to a VC and an angel investor. So Mr. Prashant's mission is to make startup investing easier and more accessible to investors and connect them with top founders with innovative ideas. Okay, so yes, over to you, Prashant, to start the session.
Thank you.
For coming.
Thank you, ma'am. So, everyone, a quick introduction, has been given, but, what Shravan was talking about, it's a topic which is very close to my heart, that is finance. I'm a chartered accountant. So, I love the topic of finance, and, needless to say that, good financial management is required in all sorts of businesses, whether it is a startup or a SME, whatever business you set up, financial management is a must, and you should know these nuances of finance broadly. If you're not a finance expert, still you should know that. With that, and on that note, I'll start with my topic, that is what VCs look for in business plans. So I'll quickly share my presentation and take you through. Just give me a second. So primarily, so if you all can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see the screen, yes.
Sure. Thank
think
you.
So in the presentation mode, I think that's the only.
Yes. So coming to, what is a VC investable business or a startup? So as you know, you are from the city of startups, that is Bangalore. So, needless to say that most of the great startups of India have come out of, this city. And, there is an understanding of, what is a startup versus what is not a startup, but a business. So I would say that, all businesses which are starting up, by default, they are, new businesses, but not all of them are categorized as startups, which, from a VC perspective. So what are the differences, primarily that you would say differentiate a startup from any other, business, which is a new business?
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Naran. Students put in the chat box that they can't see the slides and they are seeing the slide number 10.
Oh, okay. Just give me a second. Let me. Is it visible now?
Yes, for us, yes. Students, please.
Students can confirm, yeah.
Yeah, they have confirmed. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So, what are the differentiating factors? So one is definitely innovation. So if you start a new business, which is, which you think it is a great idea because you see a demand and supply gap, it might be a great business to start with. Suppose if you see, a location where there is no ice cream parlor and you want to start an ice cream parlor there, say you take a franchise of a famous brand, it is a great business, a new business, which might be very profitable. And, you're catering to a situation which is, a, a situation of lack of supply in a place where there is demand for that product. But that does not make it, a VC investable business by default. So for a VC investable business, there has to be innovation. So if you are doing something which hasn't been done earlier, you're solving a problem which hasn't been solved earlier by anybody. And it is not just, a demand and supply gap. There is some newness to the idea, a new way of looking at the problem, and you're solving it. Then definitely VCs would be interested. Then second part is, it should be scalable. So if you come up with a solution which is, catering to a very small uh, percentage of population, suppose it serves only a locality, and that solution is irrelevant outside that locality, that means that business is not scalable. You do not have enough target audience for that business. Or, the other part can be that your solution lacks, use of technology, which makes it less scalable. Suppose Uber had to, do what they are doing without their app. It would have been so tough, calling the Uber office and booking a cab. It would have been really tough. Because technology was being used, it is scalable. They can go and make Uber live in any city that they want. Then there has to be a moat. Moat is something which is, you can look up for the meaning of moat, you can Google it, but it's primarily, a USP or an entry barrier that you have created by way of intellectual property or by way of, by a business process that only you own, and it might take others a long time to arrive at, that situation at where you are. And, the way you are delivering a service, they might take a long time. And that is the moat, the advantage that your business has over other businesses. And then definitely there has to be an exit strategy. If we are investing in startups, we need to know how we will get out of them. We are investing for, a purpose. We are definitely investing for making money. So, there has to be a way that the investors, the VCs, can make money by selling the equity that they acquire by investing in the startup. So I'll cover exit strategies, in the subsequent slides, but primarily they can, there has to be, the business has to be investable by larger fund houses so that when they invest in the startup, the early stage VCs get exit. So every time, a VC enters, there is a subsequent investor who the VC has in mind, that whether that investor will invest in this business or not, whether the larger funds will invest in this business, so that when they invest in this business, we can, the early stage VCs can offer their equity to the incoming investor, so that, the early stage VC gets an exit, obviously at a higher valuation and at a profit. So when you look at businesses, you look at from these lenses, whether it is an innovative solution, scalable businesses, whether, what entry barriers do they have. If your business can be just copied and, it is not, it is so easy for anybody to come and, create a similar business, then, it will not be a great idea, because the moment, suppose if we invest and tomorrow, say after 2 months, 3 months, another company comes in and they invest, they create a solution which is slightly better than yours, you might lose market share, and that will not be good for, our investment. So the second part that we look at is, the earlier days were when, a lot of young founders were preferred by VCs, people out of college with new ideas. But today, I would say, the entire VC industry definitely looks for these, qualities in the founders. That is, they should be experienced. They should, be, they should be networked. They should be capable of sales. That is, to sell themselves and, the enterprise also in terms of, the product. When I say that, it means that, they should be able to articulate well what they are, selling in terms of, the solution that they are providing and how they are more capable than others to provide that solution and how they're creating this organization. That does not mean that, young founders are not preferred, but, if there is a shift in the industry that I see since 2015, when the startup ecosystem got traction in India. That the average age of the founders has gradually increased. From the early 20s to mid 30s, up to 40 years. That is the average age of founders, and it is primarily because the VCs are more confident of people who have been there, done that in maybe other capacities, in that particular industry in which they want to now create something, some venture that they have created. If they have already worked in that industry, that is a plus point. But as I said, it is not mandatorily that the young founders are not funded by VCs. And there has to be a bigger purpose behind the problem and solution. So there are a lot of startups which have been started by founders in the last many years, who started the company with a pure intention of raising money, at a certain valuation rather than solving the problem. So a couple of days ago, I was sitting with a founder, and in a half an hour conversation, he mentioned that because we have to raise money, we are going to do this. Because we have to raise money, we are going to do this. I said, raising money is like hiring people. So you don't, create a business to hire people. You hire people to create the business. So similarly, you don't create a business to raise money. You raise money to create that value. So if we find that the founder is constantly talking about raising money rather than building the business, it is a red flag for us. So, they should have a bigger purpose. They should be more focused on the problem that they are solving and not raising money only, because money is a resource that is required for building the business, like the team. So as I said, when your business is growing and you need more people in the team, it is similarly at one point that okay, now to go to the next level you need money, which might come as a debt from banks, or it might come as equity infusion by angels, by VCs, early stage VCs, into your business. So founders, qualities, definitely. Idea might be a little, not the best idea, I would say, but then the founder's capability, what we perceive through our interactions with the founders and their focus, that is what makes us decide. So all VCs generally, I can say that, we bet on the founder more than the idea, because ideas, they say are dime a dozen, and the ideas, are shared by founders on so many platforms, but not everybody is able to execute that very well. So, just to understand that how committed the founder is, on how capable the founder is, to execute that idea, that is what, gives us confidence. Product market fit, certain times what we have seen, as when we look at business ideas, is that, you build the entrepreneur would build a product which they think is an ultimate solution, to a problem which they perceive as needs to be addressed. But their product or their solution is not, something which the market is expecting. So it is sometimes, the positioning of the product also. Sometimes it is the timing of the product also. So, and it is possible that, you're missing a very basic requirement, of the customer, and you're very near to the solution, but you're not just getting there. So when we look at ideas, the business ideas, the solutions that founders create, we look at, what is the underserved need of the customer that you're trying to solve, and what is your value, proposition, or your, idea, and how well it will serve that purpose. So this is something which, I have seen that founders get too obsessed with their product that they forget that, how well it will be accepted by the market. They are in their own mind, they are, creating uh, that image that this product will be a hit. But when it goes into the market, then only you get to know, how well it is accepted. We definitely look at, the risks associated with any business. So whether it is, the management risk, it's a regulatory risk. I mean, we all know, crypto related startups, they are definitely, uh, we have issues around, the crypto. And that is where you saw that, all crypto related startups, they, shifted their base out of India. So there is a regulatory risk, and I'm investing in a company, and I see that there is a potential risk. Regulator might come in, cracking down on your business, like fintechs for that matter. Sometimes they cross the line. They go beyond what is allowed under the law because they're doing things for the first time. In that process, they might go beyond, what is allowed by the law. But then the regulators, definitely, will put a check eventually, and they will set things right, and that might be detrimental to the solution that you are creating. Then there can be technological risk. You might be working on a technology which is soon going to be redundant, and you can't see that. But I mean, it happened with one of the startups that we invested in. Chat GPT came, and suddenly the solution was irrelevant. Then the funding risk, that for whether the larger VCs will put in money or not. The competitive risk, a lot of people ignore. Most of the founders generally, they feel that they are the first ones to come up with this idea. But when you go a little deeper, you'll see that a lot of people would be doing what you are doing. When somebody says that, we are the only one who's doing what you are doing, what we are doing, it is a lack of market research, proper market research, because somewhere in this large country, or in on this planet, there will be somebody who would be doing things which are similar to yours. Legal and compliance risk, because most of the people are so focused on their uh, on the product or their business, they sometimes ignore the compliances. And I mean, we have rejected a lot of very promising companies just because there was a very high potential compliance risk. There was a non-compliance, and we had to pull out of the deal because there was a substantial penalty that could have been levied by the government, and that is where we had to pull out of the deal. So all these risks are, looked at when we look at a business case. I've covered this earlier, intellectual property or more. So, what is that you have created which gives you exclusivity and a barrier, as an entry barrier to other players? It can be through legal and IP protection, So if you protect your business through patents, through, other IP, you can definitely say that, okay, that it is difficult for others to get into the same domain with the same solution. Also, I would say that your uh, innovation life cycle, the way you have innovated and the way you have created a solution which has put you, maybe ahead of the competition by 2 to 3 years, it can be something which can create an entry barrier for others, because by the time they will reach where you are, you would be far ahead of them. And that is where the first mover advantage comes in. Also, we look at the market potential and those things while evaluating the startups. We also look at companies in terms of I'll take all the questions at the end. I'll just cover this very quickly. There are hardly any slides. So we'll be open for questions soon. So time and money spent is, whatever resources I had, whether it was my team's time or, the founder's time, and the money that I had, whether it is a bootstrapped company or it is, you raise pre-seed, at an idea stage, you raise money, whatever you do with that money and time, the value that you create. So that would decide whether, you're preferred by VCs or not. Suppose if you have taken too much time and you spent too much money to reach at a point where the competition reached in the same industry with much lesser money spent and in a much shorter time, obviously you'll be seen as less effective in terms of execution, and you would not be preferred by the VC. So uh, I mean, the founders need to be aware about the competition, and if you have done things more effectively, you can actually, highlight that to the VC, that you have done things more effectively and efficiently when it comes to creating the startup and the solution that you're coming up with. Also, a VC would look at two aspects. One is definitely the founder's coachability. If the founder is not coachable, if the founder is too strong-headed, if it appears that it is difficult to get through the founder, if you are making a suggestion, or if you're trying to add value and the founder is, like not ready to accept it or not ready to listen to it, it is not that, we as VCs, anybody tries to alter the way, you're trying to build the business, but definitely because if they're putting in their money, they would want, that the founder should be open to suggestions for improvement and, criticism where the founder is going wrong. Then, we have come across many founders who are less coachable, and we actually drop the deal just because we don't see that we'll be able to add value to that startup. So one is the founder's coachability. Second is that, what expertise a VC would have, what kind of companies they have been investing, what kind of network that they have. You all watch Shark Tank India, and you see, or Shark Tank, global also, that how, sharks amongst themselves also discuss that, okay, in this particular startup, X shark will be able to add more value, so those opportunities where the VCs can come in, the investors can come in and add more value, it becomes, their preferred investment. So if they see that they can create a lot of value, they will definitely, pick up that company. Exit, are the most important things, because any investor who comes in needs to be clear how the fund will get, or the investor will get an exit, whether this company is something which can be, acquired by larger corporates or larger startups, or there will be a secondary exit. Secondary means a primary investment is that you put money into the investment. A secondary is a sale of shares from one investor to the other. So whether a larger fund would buy shares of, the earlier stage investor, whether it is an angel or a VC. So whether that opportunity will be there. So if, the investor perceives that this company will be favorite of the larger investor, then definitely the likability or the probability of the investor investing, is higher. And the third way of getting an exit is IPO, which comes at a very later stage. So it depends on the stage at which the VC is getting into the startup, will decide, whether IPO is a way that they will get exit or not. Ideally, early stage investors get exits through M&A or through secondary exits, much before, the company is ready for an IPO. So also we look at, the team and mentors, team in terms of both the founding team and, the team members that they have. If, founders have been able to engage people from large organizations by offering them some equity, ESOPs, or whatever way, and they've built a great team, so if they have the right people on the bus, it is more probable that the startup would succeed. Uh, Also, we look at, the mentors that the startup, that the founder has, engaged in terms of, their experience, what kind of mentors, are supporting the startup. So if suppose somebody who's very, very successful is supporting the startup, that really gives us a lot of confidence that, the founder is taking help from somebody who's, going to add a lot of value, both in terms of their network, their uh, you know problem solving skills, or their own achievements in their life. So those are the certain factors that we look at. I mean, this is the last slide. uh, Now we can take up the questions. I can go to any slide if you want, or I can stop the screen share and we can take the questions.
Yes, Prashant, we have one question from Prajwal Patil. What is the correct way for market research of our competitors other than Googling?
See, I mean, at an early stage, you know, what you can really do is that you have to go, on the ground. You have to, go to the customer, to the market. Uh, it is not necessary that you Google only, but if you go down to, say, suppose if you're creating a solution for, say, cab drivers, then you need to go and talk to the cab drivers, what problems they are facing while they are working with, say, Uber and Ola. And now that, you are coming up with, say, your startup, now you know that, okay, this is, something that I need to address. So that information might not be available to you, through Googling, but it might be available, by interacting with people. So because at an early stage, you might not have the funds or the capacity to hire, big agencies to do these market research. So you have to do the work yourself. I think that would be a better way of going ahead. Yeah.
So the next question is, how can I protect my idea which can be easily copied by industry giants, even though I have the first mover advantage?
Okay, one is definitely through intellectual property, and second is, that certain times larger corporates definitely can copy the ideas. And we also ask companies that, if suppose tomorrow HUL comes in and creates the same product, they can easily do that. Or Tata comes in, and but the larger corporates also have, they understand that if they want to work on a particular idea or particular solution, there is a huge cost that is involved at that corporate level also. So they might or might not invest in that process. However, if they see that a particular startup has done well uh, in a particular domain, then they might acquire that startup and save the time and effort, which they would have spent otherwise. So, not necessarily that industry giants will go ahead and copy your idea. So, we have seen so many. I mean, if Google it again, you'll find so many, acquisitions that are done by Tata Group, by Reliance, by Adani's. They are acquiring startups because they want, they get it ready, on the platter. That is, I would say one needs to be, uh, not so fearful that the idea will be copied by an industry giant.
So the one more question from Ranjit Kumar says, sir, can you please tell us how to do a proper TAM search so that idea can be improved based on that to attract customer? Total addressable market, TAM.
Right. So again, what we see that the total addressable markets that are they're all estimates, uh, and they are again based on information that is available in the public domain. Nobody is doing nobody's engaging any agency to arrive at those calculations. But certainly, if you are, defining your TAM, you need to see that it is done in a reasonable manner. It is not that, you are taking random numbers. So I'll give you an example. So we take a lot of startups to, to Middle East, to Dubai specifically. And then we say that, okay, Dubai is a market which is, which has a population of only 1 crore. And out of that, if you look at the percentage, the TAM in that market generally is very, very small. Now, if somebody says, no, all these 1 crore people are my customers, it might not be a reasonable assumption. So primarily it is more on, reasonableness and understanding of the market rather than, accurate numbers, I would say. Yeah.
So that was the last question. Mr. C.A. Prashant Narang, we are really honored to have you here. It was a wonderful session where students have found about founders' pedigree, how it is a red card if the founders focusing only on money and rather than a larger purpose. So there were many great pointers which you have brought to the notice of the students, especially about founders' coachability. I thought that was a point which is normally missed, how it's important as the company grows, the founder has to be coached by the VCs to make the company a bigger and scalable model. So it was a wonderful session. Thank you very much. We'll be in touch with you for further more sessions in the future. There were more than 400 participants in the Zoom meeting. So many of our students have benefited from this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
So we go to the last session of the day, students, where our past Manthan winner, Amir Pasha, will be speaking to you about his experience in the Manthan program, how he came to participate in Manthan and how he was the winner last year. Actually, Pasha comes from an agricultural background. He has done his PhD in agricultural microbiology from the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. And he had he's a founder of Bioscience Agri Biotech Private Limited. So last year when he came, he brought a product which was supposed to enrich the nutrients in the soil. I was a part of the jury for that year. So it was wonderful to see him trying to fix the environment rather than, create products which may even degrade the environment further. So one of the first products to contain biosurfactant-based product, which help prevent plant diseases and provide plant nutrients. It enhanced plant growth and protected against diseases for the plant. So he brought this special product by isolating the gut of an insect. And this helped the farmers to be used under integrated farming system. It reduced the excessive use of fungicide to crops, and by this helped adopt a sustainable farming. So he was the Manthan winner last year, and like I have told you, he's already a doctorate. And to have such a person bring a product which was IP and patented one, and then come to Manthan and win the program, it was a great feeling last year. So over to you, Amir. Please go ahead. And you can address the students. You have to
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the introduction. Am I audible, ma'am? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for inviting me to for this wonderful session, for giving my suggestion. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to share my views about the Manthan. Last year, 2023, I have participated. I'm the winner of this Manthan. Initially, I want to thank FKCCI for organizing this wonderful program, Manthan. This will encourage many students to know about the entrepreneurship, and it will boost them for this competitive world of entrepreneurship. About me, Madam has introduced me. I have completed my PhD in agriculture micro Agrobiotech Private Limited, which focuses on biological solutions for sustainable agriculture purposes. About Manthan workshop, I won't take much time as it is already 6 o'clock and there is a less time. I'll finish it in a small section. About Manthan workshop, it helped to gain the knowledge. As I'm from an agriculture background, I don't have much knowledge about this marketing and other thing. I was only focused on a research thing. But when I entered, because of these workshops, it has helped me to gain the knowledge about business plan strategies, how business plan strategies it should be there, how we need to calculate our own products, estimation should be done, how the pricing should be there. All these knowledge I have gained through this Manthan workshop itself. One more thing is you will never know the importance of this workshop as you are not in the market. But me being in the market, uh, I'm knowing the value of this workshop now because you will be attending this Manthan by FKCCI, but outside people are paying for these workshops. So please attend these workshops regularly whenever it is scheduled because you will gain more knowledge. Either you win or lose, that is a different part, but by attending this workshop you will gain more knowledge. And then it is an interaction we get with the workshop, how a startup need to pitch, and it is a knowledge gaining session first of all, rather than winning. So better not to miss the knowledge workshops. The one thing, the most important thing is the suggestions of the jury members, which is more important. These suggestions helped me to work on the market. The whatever the suggestion the jury members gives, there will be like a different like in will be evaluation program will be there. In that evaluation, whatever the jury members give you the suggestion, please concentrate on those suggestions and try to incorporate and update according to those suggestions given by them. Because one of the suggestions that I got during my presentation is, the one thing is the product need to reach the market before the product is ready. This was one of the jury member said to me while I was presenting, because mine is a product based research. So now I am working on the product that need to be reached in market before the product is built, because I have a product already. But to bulk and scale up, I am just now meeting all the farmers and conducting the workshop on these products and how it will help the farmer in sustainable agriculture. I'm explaining and marketing it. Even today I have finished the product and I am in a remote location, so I could not able to share my slides uh, properly through my laptop because there is a network issue here. So you need to focus on those things, what the suggestions will be given by the market. And here are, ma'am,
Excuse me, Amir, we
ma'am,
have slides and we are
yeah,
showing
ma'am, I will.
introduction. Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am. You can see it is a simple slides that we need to prepare, not like a bulky and clumsy one. This is the introduction slide that I have prepared because mine is a agriculture and product based one, and it will be different for different person that he is presenting about the product, which need to be followed. These things will be guided in next further workshop, I think. Uh, and this is the next slide you can see after introduction. This is what it need to be. Maybe this is not, you can still update it better than this. And these are all the experiments that we have conducted about our product and the organism, how it is helpful, and what are all the components these microorganism does to the plants. And next slide, ma'am. And we have given these trials for like 3 years. We have worked on this product, and we have given for different farmers to evaluate this product, and we have seen a better result in these farmers field. And by these experimental results, we have came forward with to the FKCCI and presented them. They have like given few of other suggestions how we need to interact, how we need to convince the farmers. So through their suggestions, we again updated. Next slide, ma'am. And this is the market landscape. According to the business fortunes and insights, what is the biological solutions market is and how it will be there in future. According to your product and what it will be the future of your product and where it will be there, that you need to calculate and you need to incorporate in your slide and make it attractive to the jury members. This was the my market that we have incorporated in this. Next slide, ma'am. And the total budget of the production unit, whatever the production cost that it involves, that all you need to incorporate it. These things will be still briefly covered in your next upcoming workshops that will be guided by many experienced persons, which you need to attend and get this knowledge so that you can incorporate all those things in your slides. Next slide. And that whatever the questions that I have asked that we have incorporated, there will be few sessions while sorting out for the finalist. These are all the questions they have asked us that we have also incorporated. Ma'am, next. And the conclusion will be the only they will be giving you guidelines how many slides it should be there for presenting. Only few slides will be there. So in a given span of a time, you need to finish it and it should be attractive and it should be innovative. And with all the data, you need to present in a given particular time. Like 5 minutes will be given, I think. Either it may be updated or according to the new rules that will be set up by the Manthan 2024. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. If any questions, you can ask.
Yeah, Pasha, thank you for addressing the students. So
thank you.
Yeah. So you have your product with you? Any sample? Remember the bottles we noticed last time?
Yeah, ma'am. I have that one. But now I didn't bring that one.
Sure.
We have still better other products also. We are working on it, ma'am. By June, we will be launching everything to the market.
Okay, sure.
This year.
So I think the students have understood about your journey, what you went through last year. So I think we will be inviting you again to speak to students as we conduct the Manthan this year. So thank you very much for participating with us. So far, there are no questions. So we will take it forward. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So students, with this, we conclude today's program. The first knowledge workshop is over. We hope that you have benefited in through all so many series of workshops, which series of sessions we had during this first knowledge workshop. Please use all the information which you got in this sessions and incorporate them into your PPT and resend it. I think the deadline is on 27th. You will get a mail when you will have to send the revised PPT to us. So based on this, please do revise your PPT and send it to us. I hope you like the program and do send us the feedback as to what you liked and what more sessions you would like to have in the next knowledge workshop. Thank you. Thank you very much.